You're playing a game. Which one are you playing? NCTV, would you make Ray a co-host, please?
Yay.
And actually, he should be a co-host every time.
Yes, me.
Yeah, I think Val is going to be a little late because she's not on
Okay.
a few of these. I think she said the first 7 applications she's not on. Oh. Hi, Ray.
Hey, Kathy, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Stephen. NCTV, can you make Ray a co-host, please?
We are also live, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just give me a second just to write down our participants. It'll only take me a second.
3 members. It's going to be a quick meeting.
That's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I know Val's joining us later.
And so is Abby. I think Abby said 6 o'clock.
Oh, that was okay. You're right, Terry.
Yeah, I thought I remembered she's on the boat today and she'll join us after she hits dry ground.
Right.
Something like that.
All right.
So I have Stephen, Diane, that's it. Well, myself, that's it for board members. Am I correct at this time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all I see.
All right, well,
At the moment,
it is a quorum, so let's just kind of get the ball rolling. And we're
Right.
live. Yeah, so we're live, so I'm going to begin my narrative. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Let's confirm that the following board members are present at this time. Members, when I call your names, could you please respond in the affirmative? Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you. Stephen Welch.
Here.
Very good. And myself for the record. And I don't believe anybody else is on at the moment. So moving right along, we're going to ask the staff to identify themselves. So staff members, when I call your names, if you could please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Holly Backus.
Present.
Very good. Thank you. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak at this time, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. Materials provided to members for the meeting or provided during the meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on our town's website. During the meeting, I will introduce agenda topics and speakers, and everyone please remember to mute your Zoom audio until your name is called. And please direct comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and make the taking of minutes easier. Finally, votes taken at tonight's meeting will be done via roll call. So that's the story on that, folks. Kathy, unless you have anything you want to say, we can have a motion to adopt today's agenda. Is it all set to go?
It is, and Val Oliver just joined the group. So.
Oh, very good. Great.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. For the record, Val Oliver's joined us. Hi, Val.
Hi.
And we're in the middle of a motion. Stephen has just made a motion to approve today's agenda. Okay, so I'm going to take a vote on that motion. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you. Val Oliver.
Hi.
Good. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So we have an approved agenda for today, which is rather long. First up, we have consent items, just a few this time. And it does not appear. Am I reading this correctly? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Are there only 4 consent items?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So can somebody, and nobody, as far as I can tell, is recused from those 4 consent items. So if that's the case, could I please have a motion to approve the 4 consent items?
So moved,
Make
Mr.
a
Chair.
motion to approve.
Actually, Val beat you to it, Diane. Thank you. So Diane, on Val's motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, our consent's out of the way. We have a couple of consent with conditions.
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right, on Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, consent with conditions out of the way. Now-
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Carrie has joined.
Oh, great. Okay, because I'm worried about once we start getting into the meat of this discussion, we're going to have some quorum issues. So Carrie, hi Carrie.
Hi, sorry I'm late. Computer.
No problem.
Snafus.
We've just been going through all the rote stuff, right?
Good.
But so we are now at the 60-day denial. Anything we need to know on that or just move it through?
Just, just deny due to lack of response.
Okay. Can
Please.
somebody give me that motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
So moved.
Oh, sorry, Stephen beat you to it. So Stephen has made a motion to deny based on lack of response to the 60-day denial. On Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, now theoretically, we're at the fairgrounds, 61 fairgrounds projects, of which there are a number. Now, the issue here,
I'm down to 4,
it's,
what I can tell.
well, correct. It's down to myself, Diane is here, Stephen is here, and Carrie is here. So you're just one shy, and that shy Abby Camp, who is arriving at approximately 6 o'clock. So
Oh,
Lynn,
geez.
would you like to hold until she's here, or would you want to continue with the 4?
No, let's roll.
Probably not a bad idea. Okay, so, and by the way, Linda, I don't need to tell you this, but if you encounter any difficulties, you could probably petition Abby to mull it in.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay?
I don't want to keep holding everybody up behind us, so.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's get going on 61 Fairgrounds Road, Lot A, main house.
And everybody over the weekend should have gotten their neighborhood contacts pictures,
Mm-hmm.
dozens of them, actually. Okay, this is going to be Lot A. And I believe the person who's buying Lot A, who lives next door in Dick Herman's cottage on Parker Lane, the little cottage at
Who
number 11.
cares? Just,
I believe she's here somewhere.
And she would like to speak?
Yeah, these are the wrong site plans. These are the old ones.
Yeah.
Unless we're on the cottage for A, we should go to the main.
No, we're on the main
Yeah, so
house.
these are the old ones.
This was the one that was all mixed up.
Yeah, these aren't the right ones because all the ones we put in were correct.
Yeah, these are what's in our packet too, just so you're aware.
Yeah, because we corrected all that in the packet, the new submissions.
If you give me a minute, I can send them to Holly.
We'll give you a minute.
Thanks.
We'll give you several minutes. You want to get this right.
In the
Yeah,
meantime, I'm going to sing you guys a song I've been working on.
Go for it,
Yeah,
Stephen.
where's the background music here?
Oh. Can you, Mike might be dying.
What?
I think I'm having some audio difficulties. I'll hold on that song, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, shoot. And I was,
You can all sing Kumbaya.
okay. How's this
Actually,
look?
these are the context pictures.
Yes, they are.
They're not the new plans.
Right.
I think everybody's seen these now. It's not at that end of Surfside, to cut to the chase on these. Halfway down Fairgrounds Road, there are no more of these little ranches that are going to exist. They're all changing or subdividing, and all the houses, because of the cost of the land, you're not building a one-story structure anymore. You're building two-story structures because you got to get the most out of the one time you're allowed to build. And all of these structures are year-round, people. Gray Avenue is nothing but two-story houses, and Parker, and even Trotters, and a lot of the ones going down Newtown. So, and this is Gray, starting at the Gray. So I just wanted to give you some context pictures that the ones we're proposing aren't so out of whack.
That is the house my daughters live in.
I
kid.
know. One of these is yours.
Yeah, I actually didn't design it. That's a Brooke Muirbergen design that we pulled in from Sconset.
Well, we can tell with the rafter tails.
Yeah.
But I think everybody's looked at them, Kathy. We don't have to go through them again. I just want the new plans up for Lot A,
Good idea.
because you got a long agenda and I don't want to hold you up too long here. We've done almost everything you asked us to do.
I'm sending them to Holly right now.
If we can get Lot A up first, we can
Yep.
get that out of the way.
She's
Well, I'd
doing
like
her end.
proper sequence. Lot A, main house.
And Mr. Chair, I believe John McLaughlin just joined as well.
Oh, he's not on any of these.
No,
You know, actually, it says alternates McLaughlin technical issues. So
yeah, no, he wasn't on.
He was not on at the time
Not
because
on
he
any
was
of these.
experiencing technical issues. So he
Oh, okay, so-
didn't see any of this previous stuff.
Yeah.
all right,
So he's
well,
not
then-
on.
That was just a note in there to explain that he was not sitting, why he wasn't sitting on it when he
Got
was at the meeting.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, here's Lot A. It's the one that's furthest down Parker. And we got a main house and a cottage. I don't know which one you have here,
Hello.
the house.
Hi, John.
Oh, thank you. I hope you can hear me. I got a little problem.
No, we can hear you just fine, but John, just to be clear, we're on old business, and the first, 7 applications you are not on. Okay, so you can sit tight for a little while. Okay,
I viewed this morning.
okay, but you're actually not on the board, so you can just, you can sit tight, okay?
I did a blow up of the requested changes, but I can read them to you. There was a concern about the height and the fact that these weren't measured from grade.
Yes.
The ridge height from grade is now 28.7, and it's reduced by 2 feet because they didn't count the exposure from the foundation, so it's been down. Dimensions of the house were reduced by 7.5 feet. So instead of 36.6 inches, which is what a lot of them in the neighborhood are, we went down to 27.6 in width. Due to the reduced width, the porch proportionally, if you go to the next one,
Hey,
next
Linda,
screen for the front of it.
Can I ask you?
Something's not tracking here.
Hold on. If we, Steve, it was over height if you included the 8 inches of exposure. So he didn't measure it from grade, he measured it from the top of foundation. That was the
No, you're
problem.
good. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you, I'm trying to get, I think it's important to have an understanding. So we're listed as reviewing the cottage first. We're reviewing the main house on Lot A. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We are listing the main house first.
Yeah,
Retract that statement.
yes.
Don't
So-
confuse me now. I got 7 of these to track,
Okay.
I do have another question, Linda, because it
Mhm.
says width reduced to 38 feet 6, which is very different from the number that you just gave us verbally.
Oh, by 27.6. Yeah.
Well, wait, that note there says 38.6, not
Yes,
20.
it does. I was looking at the side elevation because I knew we reduced that.
Okay,
But it got reduced to 38.6, which is not inconsistent with all the other ones in the neighborhood. And it made the porch actually proportionately larger because the porch stayed the same width.
mhm,
Eliminated the side-by-side driveways. We now share a driveway, so there's only one driveway. We haven't gone to hardscape yet. One driveway coming off of Parker instead of two. We added landscaping to emphasize the setback from Parker, if you look at the site plan, and break up the facade massing, which has already been reduced. So that's the main house. So it's only, it's 38.6 wide.
Who's,
dimension is
Holly, are you
less.
controlling the visual?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so can you just scroll and let us see all of what Linda has submitted?
Yep, and this is the side elevation.
Right.
There's the floor plan. These are all modular as well. They're all coming from, I think we're dwindling that down as to which one we're coming from.
Did we see the back elevation yet?
I think it's streamlined,
Oh, there it
there.
is.
which you can't see because it's
Right.
shoved into the back. And the site, there we go. We're gonna plant an awful lot along that street. You can see on the left side, the one that was the problem. We've got a lot of year-round vegetation. We have more than enough setback to put a lot of vegetation and screening and trees. We don't want this to be a barren landscape.
Can we hop back to the site plan, please? Or actually, the subdivision site plan. Okay. All right, so it's firmly on Parker. It's
Mhm.
no near
And the
Fair.
woman who's buying it is online, and she's the one to the left on Dick Herman's property, right to the left in that little cottage that's next to us. She's the one that's buying this property for her family.
Okay.
And I believe she's online. The delay is hurting her because of the commitment at the bank. The other ones are going to be sold by the guy who's developing this, but she's actually buying this one. So if we can't get any of the rest of them approved, I'd love to have this lot A approved tonight so we can order that house for her.
Well, let's see how it goes. So remind me of the trim colors. I think I know that it's natural, but tell me.
I think this one is natural with black windows.
Okay.
Cobblestone gray sash, Harvard slate roof, cobblestone gray doors, and natural to weather trim. Here we go.
Okay, thank you.
They're all different of the combinations. So it didn't look like they're all from the same place, except they are.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Linda. Anybody care to begin on this one?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Great, thanks, Stephen.
Okay, Linda, I appreciate the changes noted on the sheet. I don't know the reference number, but we all know what they are. We've gone through the list. The only thing I would ask is, I think it would be important, you know, as well as anyone out there, probably better than most, there's going to be a big change in this area because all these homes are probably going to be coming in all at once or within a period of a year.
Mhm.
And you're as the agents, as the agent and the applicant, I appreciate the landscape changes. What I would ask is that you guys strongly consider adding, as opposed to the kind of low street, these low trees,
Mhm.
is if you just maybe, you know, I'm looking at this lot, it's like 76, call it 80 feet wide. If maybe every 20 or 30 feet, so there'd be 2 street trees, like traditional Nantucket street trees. And then that concept carried over along Parker and Fairgrounds. I think that would go a long way in softening this up. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like you have any substantive issues with the design of the building, Stephen.
Only that I think the impact is strong enough that we should consider some future visibility screening by asking for a couple of street trees, you know, one every 30 feet or so.
Don't
Okay.
disagree with that at all. Okay, thank you, Stephen. Carrie, let's see, Carrie, you on this yet?
Yep.
Yes, you are. Okay. Are you muted, Carrie?
Sorry, yes. I think it's a typical looking house. I do think it's a little bit long still for Parker Lane. I know there's a couple decent sized ones on Parker Lane, but none of them are quite this big and this tall. So the size is still concerning me, just knowing what's coming down the pike. But in terms of approvability, it's simple 5-bay, but I would hope you could get it down to 36.
in length. So that's 2 feet less, right?
Yeah, this looks
Okay.
like the smallest lot with the biggest house.
No, D is smallest.
Well, okay. Okay, so is that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Diane?
I agree that I'd like to see it come down. I think I mentioned that before. And I think the landscaping is going to be important to make it sort of fit into Parker Lane. I would like to see it come down, get narrower. And I don't know whether it come down to third 27 rather than 28.6. I know it's a put together house, so I don't know what we can do, but the design is not bad at all. It just is how it fits in and keep the sizes down as much as we can.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Diane. Val?
Val's not on this.
She's not on this. You're next.
Oh,
Right.
I'm
There's
here.
only 4.
oh, no, John, you're not on the fairgrounds application, so it is me. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so agree with Stephen shade trees. Agree with, can you get 2 feet out of the length of this? Because it sounds like you might have liftoff if you can do that, Linda.
They're modular, Ray.
No.
You've dealt with them
The
before.
length doesn't matter in modular.
Okay.
Okay, the other thing that I'm going to say, because I agree with that comment, the other thing that I'm going to say is the porch is begging for 2 more columns. It's got like these 2 columns that are like way, way far apart. And so some interim columns between the door and the windows adjacent to the door would be helpful, like 3 equal bays.
Well, just so you know, Ray, to consider this one, they did have 2 other posts in there, but they were jammed up on the door. So if they moved wider on the door and narrower on the sides.
Can I say something? Because I think it's affecting everyone's perception here. Could we scroll up versus this front elevation to the streetscape, the one above it? Right. So if you zoom in, Holly, Mr. Chairman, this shows the 2 posts you're talking about, and the structure is actually not as wide as shown in the north elevation. I think the drawings weren't able to be updated on the tight timeline because it's a modular, but this drawing appears to reflect the site plan width of 38.5. And this is what my comments were based on. So I just want to be clear if that is helpful information to anyone.
Well, wow, I kind of don't understand what you just said. So are you suggesting that the elevations that we were just looking at are longer than they're supposed to be?
No, I'm suggesting that, well, Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, this streetscape shows the 38.5.
Yeah, I believe so.
And then the drawings below are I think it's part of that packet issue, are the original width drawings, because that's clearly a different elevation.
It is a different elevation. The troubling thing is that those are the ones that they sent us.
So I just wanted to point out, because if I was looking at, based on your comments, of 38.5 feet, which is what the site plan shows, which is what the streetscape that we're looking at appears to show, but the elevations don't appear to be updated. And I didn't have a problem with that because I understand the width is going to shrink to 38.5. Personally, I didn't. But I wanted people to be aware that what you're looking at is not proportionally the width of what's proposed. It's wider.
That's really,
Yeah, isn't that weird?
super unfortunate.
Now, one other thing, Mr. Chairman, as far as width is concerned, a lot of them in the neighborhood are that width, if not wider. The one on Parker Lane that has no ground cover whatsoever, we're lucky to get a fence there, 2 doors away from us, is over 50 feet long because they have a 2-story garage attached to the house.
Linda,
down the street has a 2-story garage attached.
I'm
and that's
looking at a drawing that is not revised. Like that's frustrating me immensely.
Well, that's what they sent me.
Yeah, so I'm looking at windows here that are like very short and squat, and then when I go to the street elevation, they're really tall and narrow. Like, what the hell's going on?
All right, hold on one second.
Eh.
I have him on speed dial. He's the one who sent the drawings
You
in.
know, I would say, aside from the fact
Yeah,
that
hold on a second. That house A does not look to be that it has been revised at all. It's still too wide.
that's what Stephen's saying.
Right,
I mean,
and I was just saying that.
Oh, that
if
you
we-
can't do that. All right, I gotta go. All right, it is the streetscape, not the width. He said they're revised as stated. Because I guess we couldn't get them out of Dreamline in time. So that's
Okay,
why the
so
list
if
of things, it is
all-
going to be reduced to what you see on the street. So apparently the elevation
Am I
we
getting
have
my
for the
4
street
columns?
side is not revised, but it's going to be dropped 7.5 feet off what you see on the street. This is the correct
No.
perspective.
Not off what you see on the street, off what we see on the elevation.
Yes, on that elevation, if you want to go back to it, I don't do things this way, but this is what was presented to me. This was the original width. It is going to be reduced by 7.5 feet, which takes your problem out of there.
I mean,
Which means
it's
that
good
the porch
news.
is wider.
Good news, but immensely frustrating.
Absolutely.
And then one other thing, I want to be clear. It looks to me, if you look at the next one up, and this isn't a faulting, I just want to be clear why. If you look at the streetscape, it looks like what they sent was a compressed.
Yes.
They changed the proportions without actually changing the elevation. So they tried to give you a quick turnaround of the proper width, but
Yeah.
the end result was the window. I mean, look at the door. The front door is taller than it normally is.
Yeah.
Disproportionately. So again, I'm back to, and I don't mean to monopolize it, but the width at 38.5 with the windows and the doors being the proportions as they were originally proposed.
Yep.
For the sake of clarity, I'm okay with.
Can we do that through staff since we know what we're
Well-
talking about here?
Linda, there's a bunch of other people who got to talk. I'm trying to get us all on the same page is all.
Right.
Yeah,
But
well,
what we're looking at is
Stephen,
not
thank you.
right. So there you go.
Stop, Linda. So, okay, so Stephen, thank you for pointing that out. It very much alters my view of the elevation positively. I really kind of wish that I actually saw the elevation reflecting the 7.5 feet of reduction in width.
So do I.
And yeah, and I like the 4 columns as opposed to 2. I've already said that. So those are my comments, and I would love to have some kind of a motion from one of you fine people on what to do with this.
I'll make a motion, Mr.
Could
Chair,
we-
but do you want to
could
pull the
we
board to
agree
see if
through
other
that?
people have comments?
Diane, hold on a second, please. What, Stephen?
I wasn't sure if other people wanted to comment with the new information. So before I made a motion,
Okay, good idea. Okay, Diane, what were you going to say here?
I was gonna make a motion to
Oh.
approve through staff
Okay.
with sure the reduction in size is adhered to.
Okay. And the extra columns, the 2 columns?
I would love that to be
Yeah,
thrown.
and the extra 2 columns on either side of the front door.
Okay,
Okay.
they're going to be spaced a little bit closer to each end column, so you get a little perspective on the door.
Fine. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that's,
So Diane has made
that's
that
through
motion
staff.
through staff, correct?
Okay.
So Diane has made the motion. On that motion, Stephen,
aye.
Carrie.
Was there anything about trees in there?
Oh, let's
That's-
put
We're
that.
coming back with the landscape. We have to come back with
Okay.
all the hardscape
Thank
for you
you.
guys.
Okay, well,
And
Stephen,
not
Don't
gonna
worry.
give you a driveway without it, so,
I'll hold you to it. We'll be good to go. Thank you.
Come on.
alrighty.
We all will. Okay, so Stephen on that motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye,
thank you. And I'm in favor. That motion carries. So that's the
Thank you very
house.
much.
Okay, so hopefully we won't have the same set of issues with the cottage on the same piece of property, but let's see.
No, actually, you guys could have approved it at the last one. You didn't have any concerns. It's just that we wanted to hold it for the
I
main
did, I
house.
did.
Okay. We are
No,
going with.
no, I,
Go ahead, Diane.
what is the height of the building? What is the height?
24/6.
So it is 4 feet lower than the big house.
Yes.
4
And
feet 1
setback
inch.
behind
Okay,
it.
and the width?
Width is,
Yeah.
I can't see it.
It might be on that other elevation that we're not
I got
looking.
you.
It's on the application.
Oh,
If you want to go back up to the
Okay.
application, whoever's running the screen thing.
That's all right. I just wanted to get so we
It's
get
too
a
low. You got to go
portion
higher. Go up higher.
of it.
There you go. 26.
26 feet, Diane.
Yeah, 20, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's acceptable. I haven't seen all four sides, but the front side, the door is, you have a thing written in pen, which I can't quite
6 panels to
understand.
match.
What
The 6
is the
panel to
comment
match
on the
the main
front
house.
door?
6 panel door to match the main
And the
house.
size of the window pane? Okay, and the pane of the glass should be the same size as the windows.
Yeah, no, there's no glass in the
Like
front
in
door,
the-
Diane.
It's all
Like
wood.
it-
No glass, just,
Oh. All right,
yeah.
okay.
Are we
Interesting.
good with this, folks?
Okay. I
Everybody?
am good with it. I think the dormer's a little wide, but they probably need the room up there.
Yep.
Okay,
That's all.
all right. How about Carrie, Stephen?
I'm fine with this.
Okay, Stephen?
Yeah, just want to point out, Linda, you need to update your application because the
Yep.
ridge heights don't match the drawing.
Yep, I
They're-
got a note
they're-
on that.
They're shorter, so that could be a problem for you later on.
Yep.
And if it turns out you don't need that extra grade and you can lose 8 inches, great. But you've
Yep.
got, it seems like you got the approval, so good on it.
Good. I've got that marked.
Okay, so I have no issue with this. Can we have a motion?
Motion to approve
Motion
is
to
submitted.
approve.
Diane beat you to it, Stephen, but I'm
She's
still
got it.
Diane's motion. Stephen?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Carrie?
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Very good. Okay, so that was
Lot A.
Lot A. Now we're on to Lot B.
Can we come back to B
Okay.
and go to C? by any
Main house
chance?
and cottage?
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
All right, so Holly, if you can bring us to Lot C, which is application number 5, main house.
There was a lot less we had to do on this one. And this fronts on Fairgrounds and enters from Fairgrounds.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
And I actually had to mark this one.
What do you mean?
You see my handwriting?
Yes.
It wasn't called out.
Okay.
There's going to be, yeah, go back to the front elevation, the Fairgrounds roadside. You can't see any of the back of this because of the structures around it. Can you go back to the front? Okay, it's supposed to be 36 feet wide,
Yeah.
and we did 27.9 to grade.
Yep.
Because there was a discrepancy with the grade. And it dropped from 28.6 to 27.9. And this one is 36 feet wide.
All right. So, yeah, and this is demonstrably different from the other quote 36-foot wide house we just approved. Way
Right.
different.
So if you want to go to the side elevations now. Okay. That pitch was very steep. Remember, it was a 12 pitch.
I do remember.
You couldn't see it from anywhere, but we changed the pitch to 10, 12.
Yes.
And we're gonna add on that right-hand side, we're gonna add another window where he forgot to add the window. But again, you can't see it because there's two other structures in the way, but we're gonna add another window and balance that dormer out on the right, which was a comment. And that was it for this one.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. How about colors on this one?
Let's see, white trim, white sash. I think it's the only one that's white, actually. White trim, white sash, granite gray roof, and a white front door.
Can we go back to the site plan? Just to see how close it is to fairgrounds. Okay.
It has to be 20 feet, and then there's another 10 to 15 till you get to the traveled way.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Linda, is this going to have the Linda Williams street tree guarantee?
Yeah, we're coming back with a site plan where all this stuff is going to be on there.
We're going to hold you to it because I think it's a really good idea for that entire little subdivision that we have.
Yeah, to have something up there, yeah.
Okay.
No, sorry, I'm losing.
Who wants to start on this one?
Can I just say, I really think it's important to have the drawings reflect the reality of it all. All the notes, yes, it makes it official that this is 36 feet long in the rear. But when you look at the rear, and I understand it's not very visible, if you could scroll to the rear elevations and the side there, the dormer plates look really high. I understand there's going to be two windows. Sorry, one more drawing down.
Down, yep.
Yeah, I don't think the dormers really are looking like you've revised them on that one, with the different roof pitches, the north and south elevations. Those secondary mass roof pitches are not what you've now drawn. So I just
You'll
think
have to fix that.
for clarity and for going forward, drawings need to be correct. They can't just be noted but drawn differently, because that affects how we're looking at them and how we're seeing them and how we're judging them. So
Yep, I got it. We'll fix those dormers.
Yeah, I totally agree here, and I just want to make a statement, and I should have said it on the earlier application where nothing was changed. Like, it seems that these prefab companies have a tremendous disincentive to actually update the drawings in an appropriate manner, and we're still approving this stuff, so we're enabling them.
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair, Mr. Chair.
Well, look at you don't
Hold
think
on,
it's fair?
Hold on, Val isn't sitting.
No,
I
I
just don't
know.
want to get her into trouble.
I'm just talking about the drawings. You probably didn't get the right drawings yet. You didn't have enough time, but that's all I have to say.
I think she's agreeing with you, Mr. Chair.
No, I don't think she's
I think
agreeing.
she's agreeing with me, but she's agreeing, she knows because she's dealt with these prefab, this particular company. And they're just getting their foot in the door, and he's actually building his own house here. So I think he'll get a grip here at some point.
All right, well, we just approved a house that was drawn way longer than it actually was supposed to be. And now approve or not approve, there's a dormer that has one window in it and has a note that says, add another window, scratched in pen.
Yes, I did that because he
That's not
forgot to do
appropriate.
it.
Like, other people have to stick to a higher standard. So I'm frustrated.
and other people take the time to fix the drawings and then get in. It's not fair to take some drawings that aren't finished. I could do that myself. It's just not fair. You have to you have to be prepared. And if you're not, then you have to wait for the next meeting.
That's what I'm
Not
saying.
the next meeting, however, Carrie.
Well,
It's a
the
month
next-
away, 2
That's
months
why
away.
we,
I've been waiting for my own projects for months.
Ray.
Linda. It's not
Everybody
fair.
through the chair, please.
Sorry.
I understand the concerns. I will express that to Dreamline in no uncertain terms, but this is what I was sent. Now, I asked them to put 2 windows in that dormer, and that's the one thing they forgot. The hand notes or her notes I added so you could see the widths and the lengths. Those
Right.
didn't change. I added those so you
Ray.
could have them.
Hang on.
Ray,
Yes.
I think
Yes,
the
Diane.
commissioners should be, I think the commissioners should be speaking. We have
I
rules
know, it's
and they should be
Carrie's
followed.
turn.
Otherwise, we don't need the HDC. So
I know.
let's try and stick them.
We're going to spend the whole
I
night.
would
on
like
this.
to say,
Diane, please hold
right,
on.
I
one
would like
second.
to,
Diane, hold on. Carrie, have you
Yep.
finished?
Yep.
I have finished. I think this is approvable, even with the notes. I just think it's very important that the drawings reflect what we're looking at. And in the future, you have to abide by the rules and we have to adhere to them as well on our end.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Diane, go ahead.
I just think if you look at this thing, the north elevation has so much shingle wall and the windows are small. Either put some other window down on the first floor of the north elevation. It's they're getting to look like cheap houses. And I don't think that's what you want to start at this place. I think that the windows should be made a little larger, like that rear elevation. And the south elevation, they just seem to be floating around in so much wall space. I don't know why. I think that the dormer on the north, on the right-hand side, they're going to put a second window in, but I'd like to know where. I don't want it mulled.
The same on the left,
So
not mulled.
I,
I'll put that down.
Continue,
yeah,
Diane.
it should be like that.
Yep. I just want to say that that rear addition, see how far on the west elevation, how far tucked in it is? You can't see this rear elevation from anywhere. As much as it needs something.
Well, no, Linda was, I mean, Diane was talking about the north elevation and the lack of windows on the north elevation.
On the
which
main body?
Will be visible.
On the main body. Not the rear addition, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Well, we got boxes, we got a box split in the middle, so I don't know how much more you want me to add there.
Well, we're not going to get into the tectonics of how these guys build their houses. Diane was just simply making a comment. So Diane, have you finished?
Yep, for now.
Okay, thank you. Stephen. Stephen?
Is he still here?
Hopefully.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there
Yep.
you go.
Okay, sorry. I agree with the comments with respect to Dreamlight getting its act together. And with respect to the windows, I don't have an issue with these being spaced out. I don't have an issue if they're mulled. I'd refer people back to the Jethro Coffin House, which is clearly one of our historic homes. If you want to take a look at mulled units, if you want to take a look at facades that do have wide expanses of shingles. So I think we should keep history in mind versus what we think history is when we make these decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, gosh.
May I make,
Go ahead, Diane.
no, I was just going to say, I look at something, not of history to remember and not using history. I was looking at it because I am a designer and what looks better to me than something else, not because the what's-his house had mulled windows or didn't. I'm
Okay.
sorry. But
Yeah, I wasn't speaking to you, Diane, about that. I wasn't looking for a tit for tat. I was just simply saying what's appropriate is historic. So that's all.
We
Thank
won't
you.
mull them.
We are
will not mull them.
we're all entitled to our own opinions here. So, gosh, I'm as I'm sure you all know, I'm very frustrated that we don't have updated drawings.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the only updated thing is that those, I guess the pitch of the dormers and that extra window, that's it. Everything else was updated.
Yeah, by the way, you know, there's a tremendous amount of space, I think Carrie mentioned this too, between the head of the window and the eave of the dormer on both
The
sides.
dormer. Yep, I'll fix the dormers.
In other words, you're going to bring them down so that there's less shingle space between the head of the window and the eave of the dormer.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep, they'll be redrawn the way they're supposed to be.
Okay, so what would we like to do with this? I'm basically okay with it. Folks,
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve through staff with the window changes to reflect the drawings with notes and the reduction in the eave height of the dormers.
Okay.
okay, that's Stephen's motion. So let's see what's going to happen with that. On Stephen's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Okay, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion carries. So that's the
This is
main
through
house.
staff, Mr. Chairman?
Through staff, yes.
Okay.
And so now we go into the cottage at Lot C.
Yeah, on the lot, there's only one comment on that is to get the height from grade, which we did. And make sure that the door matches the front one, which is a 6-panel wood door,
Let's take a look.
and balance the windows.
Okay.
And it is short. It's 22.9 from grade.
Okay.
Oop, upside down.
Sideways.
There we go.
Mhm.
There you go. I just made the note that they resized the dormers so you could tell what we did. And it's 22.11 from grade, and the door is now a 6-panel.
Okay. So are the dormers that we're looking at resized, or are you
Yes.
saying that they will
They
be?
have been fixed.
Okay.
There was a lot of floating going on, and
All
the peak and the eaves were way too high.
Okay, so that's the front. Can we see the other elevations? Mm-hmm.
And the dormer in the back, you can't see, that's about 100 feet off the road, in behind the other houses.
Okay,
And I think that's where the bathrooms are, is in that back one.
I'm sure that's correct.
And I fixed the pitch. It's a 4-pitch and not a 3-pitch.
Okay. Anyone on this one?
I'll go.
Thanks,
I
Carrie.
think the dormers on the front still look too tall and too big compared to the windows down below. There's something still wrong with them. I'm not convinced they were changed. Yeah. Can you go to the front elevation again?
Windows are the same size as the first floor, according to my notes. They weren't before. Sort of an optical illusion.
I don't think they look.
Continue, Carrie.
right. Sorry?
Continue.
I don't think they look right. They just seem to, they're still sort of floating for me. And the header or the plate on it is the 8 feet of the main. I don't know.
Wait, say that again. The plate on what?
The plate on the dormers still looks to be 8 feet. They're way above the window headers.
Well, I didn't want to get a pitch any lower than the 9-pitch. I can lower the pitch.
It's about bringing the whole piece down, the whole roof down, so it's more in line with either the top of the window or the top of the trim.
She's talking about the dormer roofs coming down, Linda.
I can change the pitch.
No, that's not what she
Not
wants. That's not what anybody wants. She wants the
You want
eave-
the windows up into the peak?
No, no. She
Dropping
wants
the
the
thing
eave-
down.
Linda,
No,
stop. She wants the eave of the roofs to come down closer to the windows. Very
Yeah,
simple.
to drop them down.
Yeah, but not the pitch, the eave.
Yeah, I
Keep
got that.
the same and drop the roofs down vis-a-vis the window head. That's all she's asking for. And I
That's
happen
easy
to-
enough. It's
happen
done
to agree
through,
with
it's done on site anyway.
Okay. All right. So anything beyond that, Carrie?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Diane?
I don't suppose it's necessary, but the only thing that I might suggest is one more piece of wood around the front door to make it
Okay.
a little
Yep.
more distinct. 2 windows there.
Yep.
I think if you want to make a blanket, Mr. Chairman, on all of these front doors, they should have extra trim around all of them on all 7.
Well, everyone would be very happy. Everyone on the board would be very happy about that. Anything
Okay.
else, Diane?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Well, I agree with Carrie to drop the top of the dog houses down, so that they aren't so much bigger than the 2 windows down below. The second floor dormers are bigger than the first floor windows, so I think it says resized dormers, but I don't know if that means these that we're looking at are resized or
Oh, yeah. They were
they
not
should be
good.
resized.
They were not good before at all.
All right, Diane. Thank you.
Yeah,
Stephen.
Yeah, yes, through Mr. Chair. Holly, could you scroll down one? Okay. Yeah, I think, and then back up. I think one of the issues with these dormers, I agree with lowering the eaves, by the way, but this box soffit detail is not something we normally would see on a, I don't believe on a gable dormer. It would be more like a flush, or it, the cheek would be recessed as opposed to having a box detail on the edge
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
True.
Is it, so I think it may be a CAD, like their CAD program generates these a certain way.
Yep.
And if they drop that bottom of the rake board more in line with the where the soffit meets the corner board, that's, you know, basically what we would traditionally see. So I just want to make a comment, if they could get their CAD stuff in order, not just, you know, what they're turning in, but some of these details, I think it would go a lot easier on them. And I do agree that a more decorative frontis would be appropriate.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Linda, without interrupting me, I think what we have is enhanced frontispiece on the front door. And if you can do that with the other buildings, great. Drop the eave of the two dormers and remove the boxed soffit bit. So
Got it.
that could be somebody's motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Is
you.
that
Stephen.
approval through staff, Mr.
my
Chair?
motion,
Through staff, of course.
Okay.
So on Stephen's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
I,
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion carries. Okay.
Can we
So,
go to D instead? Because there's only one structure there
yeah, that would be fine.
and it's right
Are you
behind
hoping
a
to go back to
30-foot high structure.
Are you hoping to go back to the B units? Okay. All right, so lot D.
Yep. And there's only one structure on this one, and it's right behind the other one to the south of it that you approved with that big garage and that big 2-story, 30-foot high house and that little subdivision there. It's directly next to it. One of the pictures that I gave you before, you're looking right past that one, right at this one.
Okay.
So it's in keeping with the one right next to it where you see that other one. Okay, trim windows. I don't get what that said, but average grade to peak is 28.2 now. Main massing is 36 wide, 26 deep. Modified the trim on the windows. Add window and rear lower peak. I believe it's on the backside. Eliminate 312 pitch. Raise the ridge by modifying main pitch to 8 and 12. You thought it was too squat before. Modify the door to 6 panel. I don't mind the Craftsman door, but that's up to you guys.
Okay, again, it's not shown as a 6 panel.
No, I think they like this one.
Okay, so let's look at the other elevations, please. Whoa.
West is not visible at all. But
So here, I'm going to make another comparison. If this was anyone else making this application, we would be looking over at a little reduced version of the prior submission and be able to compare the two side by side. Here, we can't.
yes,
That's
do
the
that
way
up there.
things are normally done around here.
yep, and I always try to do
doesn't
that.
matter.
Okay.
Then
So
tell them
there-
they're not gonna look at it.
Hey, Diane, you
Why
want to?
Yeah, I'll start.
Okay.
Why did it grow in height from 27.4 to 28.2?
You
Roof
guys said it was too squat.
Roof pitch, yep.
You didn't like the pitch,
Well,
so you made me raise it.
I think,
And it's shorter than the one next to us.
okay, and I think the other, well, that, I don't know. we don't have to have every house look like the one next to them, like it was on some street in the city. I think that left, right, rear, front elevation, is that the one that has the long dormer?
Yeah, that's the only one with a front dormer, actually, I think.
I don't see that though. I don't have it on mine.
Well,
We have to
let's
go
move
up one
back to the-
page.
Let's move back to there
There
it
you
is.
go.
Diane.
It looks like the one down the street from us.
All right, that's
Exactly.
I would like to, but I don't care, okay? If it doesn't need to look exactly like the one next door, I would like to see the dorm on the second floor brought in a little bit. The size of these buildings and the size of the dormers and the open space, I find exceeds what we usually sort of see, except occasionally. This is a 5 bay, and how wide did you say it was?
36.
Why is that? You didn't answer me why it went from 27.4 to 28.2.
I
Actually,
did answer that, but everybody said it was too squat and they wanted us to change the pitch. So
Diane?
everybody knew that was
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
happen.
okay.
yeah, it had a 7 and 12 roof pitch before, and they did that to make it lower, but it was kind of an unsuccessful effort.
So everybody knew it was coming up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's all. I just would not have it look like exactly like the one next door.
Oh, it's Diane, I misspoke.
Hey,
It's not the one next door. It's the one down at the end of Parker. It's down the block, and the one next
Okay.
door is different. The two next doors are 5 bays, complete 5
This
bays
one-
stuff.
Diane, continue.
In this one, can I see the site plan? Does this go from sideline to sideline?
No. It
Do you have the
can't.
plot?
It
One-
comes
right
pretty
there.
darn close.
No. Well, it does. It does come
Yeah.
sideline to sideline then.
Well, come setback to setback, essentially, close to it. Yeah,
Setback to setback.
Yeah,
yeah.
because we
whatever,
share a
yeah.
driveway.
So
Linda.
on lot D, is there going to be anything down in that little spare piece, that
No.
10,000 square feet?
No, it's only one house,
No,
period.
it's going to be open.
Okay, everybody stop.
Okay.
Everybody stop for a
That's-
second. Everyone stop. NCTV, please give me the ability to mute people if I need to. I thought I had that and I don't. Okay, thanks. Continue, Diane.
That's it. I just thought Parker Lane in that area usually has quite a lot of green space around it too. And this goes from setback to setback, but it does have that tail down there, which would help. I just don't want it to become a little city in its own
Hmm,
2 streets, you know? I mean,
yeah.
okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, thanks, Diane.
Okay.
Carrie,
I agree with Diane in terms of the front dormer.
Okay.
With such a long dormer on the front, going just the minimum 3 feet, it's sort of, I don't know, I think you could definitely bring it in a couple feet. And then on the rear, I understand it's not visible, but you have a big dormer running the length of the main mass, and then that gable is going into it. If you look on that
oh,
rear
yeah.
elevation, and that's not very typical. And it seems like we're going to be seeing a lot of this if we're looking at modulars with dormers, which I appreciate modulars with dormers.
Hmm,
But that's a little incongruous for me, because you see the dormers on the main mass in the rear, but there are no windows in those dormers, in that dormer. It's just there for height. And
exactly right.
again, when you have a dormer, you have some knee wall space, you have some lower ceiling space, and that's just the way it is. You can't always get a 2-story building in a 1.5-story building, or 2-story space, I guess, in a 1.5-story building. Some of it's going to be under the eaves. So, Just something to point out. But
Okay,
yeah, the rest of it looks fine. Not visible.
okay, thank you. How about you, Stephen?
Um, the front elevation actually doesn't bother me. I realize there's a couple of bathrooms in the front middle there, but it wouldn't hurt to bring it in another foot in total. I don't disagree with the other comments. It still looks to me for the size of the structure that like going to a 9, it still looks very squatty, but most of it is going to be viewed at an oblique angle. We're not actually going to see these gables like the west. We're not going to see that. However, the south, I think, is it the south or the north? One of those two we see. I'm a little confused because the different lot configure locations. So
South, south is hard up against that 2-story house with a 2-story garage. The north is where the driveway is a split driveway between D and C. So if
right, so
anything's visible, it might be moderately the north side.
right, so we'd see that if you're driving up Fairgrounds, you'd see that on an angle on the side, but of course there'll be some street trees, so that would blanket it a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so I agree with everything that's been said. It sounds to me like if we were able to bring those dormers in on the quote unquote front elevation,
Mhm.
um,
How far do you want me to go?
well, I think Stephen may have said a foot on either side, and you know, whether that's the magic number, it seems like it would be.
Okay.
Was there anything else? Anyway, how about if somebody can make a motion of any kind on this one, I'd appreciate it.
Motion to approve
I'll make,
reducing the front dormer by 2 feet total, 1 foot on either side.
Okay.
Okay, simple enough. Thank you for that motion, Carrie. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
All right, thanks. Diane.
aye,
All right, good. Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so motion carries.
Thank you. So now we got the corner lot.
All right. I'm just
B.
curious as hell why we saved this for last. So,
Because this is the corner lot, so it's far
Yeah.
more visible than all the rest of them, which are sort of up against each other. So the streetscape on Parker Lane, you guys were concerned with. If you want to go to the front elevation. This one clearly wasn't done from grades. This is the only one with the gable to the street. The other ones obviously are face to the street. It's only 27.5 wide. And we did the average height to grade is now 28.5. It's shown correctly. House dimensions main mass are 40 by 27.6, which I've marked 27.5. The rear massings were changed. All the windows went to 6/6. He didn't have a chance to change them, but they're all 6/6. They can't all be 6/1s. So the windows are changing to 6/6. We're going to screen that Parker Lane side, which you saw on the rendering. Minimum 8-foot high Lelands or arborvitae. They changed all the dormers from doghouse to sheds. I didn't like the doghouse either. Change the window layout in the dormers to ungang that one and the one in the back. And to vary them and to change the dormer slopes to 4 and 12. And the painted trim, not natural. You thought it was too big to go natural to weather. So if you want to go back over to the application, I can tell you what it is. It was Terratone. And we were going to paint the trim because you didn't want it to be natural to weather trim. So we could paint it Nantucket gray, Quaker gray, cobblestone gray. We'd left that up to you. The roof is driftwood and the sashes are still Terratone. So we were going to paint the trim because you asked us to give more definition to the structure, especially on the Parker Lane side. So we were going to do some sort of gray, but I'll leave it up to you as to what gray you'd like.
okay.
I like cobblestone, but that's me.
Okay, thanks. All right, I guess we should look at the other elevations. Yeah, okay. And maybe back to the site
There are-
plan.
There you go.
Okay. So the breadth of this building is the east elevation, correct, Linda? Or are you leaving
It
as
may be north,
north?
actually.
One that goes along Parker.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we take another look at that north elevation?
using their,
Highly visible. North, yeah. So everybody, the right elevation, the north elevation is that width is at the corner of Parker, running down Parker. I like
gave you the dimensions on it.
Stephen's tree idea on this one in particular.
In particular, we go back to the street thing, you can see where we added the 8-foot, yeah, all the way down the side.
Well, those appear to be Stephen's nemesis, Leyland cypress.
That could be arborvitae. Deer
Well,
love Leland cypress.
Well, they love arborvitae, as evidenced by the ones in front of the town building. Okay, so who wants to start on this one?
can I ask a question?
Of course you
On,
can.
on these two
Go ahead.
buildings we looked at, what is the difference in height? The left one we're supposed to be looking at now, which one is the main building?
The one on the right, Diane, was on Lot A. You're only looking at Lot B, which is the left-hand one. Lot A, we just put them on there so you could see the Parker Lane streetscape, and they're quite a great distance away from each other. You want to know the
No, I
height?
just wanted to make sure they were on different lots
Yes,
They
oh,
are.
yes.
because
Oh,
they're
yes.
almost identical. What?
Yeah, they're totally different lots.
Okay, okay. The, again, their use of dormers is making practically a new building inside. I think the dormers on the left elevation, the south elevation, the windows should be spread, or there should be 3 windows, and the dormer brought in. The dormer has nothing to do with the door beneath it, and it, to me, looks sort of really weird. On the right elevation, it's doesn't do that, but on the left elevation, south elevation, east, north, I think it should be something should be done with that dormer on the south elevation.
Okay,
I-
evenly spaced
It
better?
doesn't
Okay,
evenly spaced, or if you can move it over a little bit to make the break over the front, over the door if you have to. I don't know what's up there as far as room and space in the rooms, but it just, I think it would make it better looking.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I think because this is on a very well-traveled road and corner visibility, the second floor, there shouldn't be one consistent fascia, even with dormers. I think that rear mass needs to drop. So there can be, a good foot of difference between the lines of the fascias.
Mhm.
Are you saying eve height, Carrie?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
She's taking the eave on the 16-foot long portion and dropping it down a foot with respect to the 40-foot one.
Yep.
Anything else, Carrie?
That's pretty much it. I agree with Diane on the dormer.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think Carrie's idea is a really good one. The length of that fascia, I think, is kind of off-putting. And I'm a little concerned about the length. It looks like there's some room to take a foot or two out of the length of the 40 feet, but I don't know if a foot is really going to make a difference. I do agree with Mr. Chairman, who agrees with me Bed Street trees are really going to be wicked and pollutant with this type of
Definitely.
an approach. So I guess those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, so I think potentially this could happen through staff if we were able to get a reduction in the eave height of the back wing by a foot with respect to the front wing, the 40-foot long wing.
Okay.
There's the dormer. I don't know what specifically to do with the south dormer.
How about either three windows
Well,
or
for a
evenly
vision,
space them?
let them think,
Yeah,
let
that's
them
probably,
see. There's
that's
some
probably a good
design.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Diane, do you want to make that official? That's
Can
a
I
whole,
qualify something just that the ridge comes down to on that secondary mass, not just the eve height?
yeah, because the roof pitches
Right.
need to match, so we don't want to change the roof pitch.
Right. The whole
Yeah,
thing needs to
sure.
drop.
Okay, so I believe Diane has just made a motion to hold for some revisions. Was that your motion, Diane?
Yes, I think, yes, that's my motion.
That's great. Okay, I think that's appropriate. So on that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
all right, and I'm in favor. All right, that motion
That's why I
carried.
did this one last, guys, because I figured there'd be some changes to this one.
Yeah, well, you were right. Okay, so how about, should we review the cottage on this
Yeah,
project?
there wasn't much here. That's pretty easy to explain.
Okay. Oh, the ghost cottage.
Yep. Hold on, I lost my full screen. Yeah, these, we took the shutters off. They looked really weird compared to the main house. So we took the shutters off. Changed the windows on this one to 6/6 also to match the main house. And obviously beef up the door trim to match the main house. And we're gonna paint the trim, probably cobblestone gray if that's, everybody likes that. So the same details as the front house.
Yeah, so there was no discussion on the gray and you left it open, but because there was no discussion, I'm not sure that anybody had any real burning desire to see it anything other than cobblestone gray. I'll just point
Okay.
that.
I'll write that down.
Okay, so who would like to start on this one?
I will.
Thanks.
I have a question for Linda. Are these 6/6? Did you say that? And I missed it?
Yes.
These are gonna be
Because
6
the main house is going to
house?
6/6.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I have no problem with this. I think it's cute.
Okay, very good. Diane?
You're on mute, Diane.
How about we
Oh,
move?
sorry.
There we go.
I can do that. I just think that we see in these, all the houses, that the dormers on the second floor are always huge for the size of the house. I would guess that on the front, or not the front, whatever the side elevation is with the smaller windows on the first floor, it's probably because it's a kitchen. Otherwise, if it isn't, they should be the same 6/6 size as the rest of the windows.
We must, so when we look at the side elevations, I believe that's what,
They're all the same, except for the 2 kitchen windows on the back
Here it is.
side.
oh, the lower ones, okay.
Yeah.
Continue,
Yeah,
Diane.
that's what I thought they were probably. It was, that's why they were smaller. I don't
Yeah.
mind the same size on the second floor because I think it's consistent. I just, again, would say that the dormers are all huge. The amount of space on the east elevation to the sides of that dormer are huge and not consistent with how we usually approach a dormer.
I agree, Diane, except that it's,
So either they
don't
should
face
come
the
in or
street
another way.
anywhere. You can't see this one. It's so tucked back there.
Okay, well,
You can see
that
the front of it. It's back
architecture, I
there.
guess, is okay when you
Okay,
Okay, that's it.
that's it. Okay, Stephen?
I think it looks like a kind of a typical Nantucket Cape. I wouldn't mind if the eave on the dormer came down, but I don't, it's not going to be highly visible. I was more concerned about the one in the front. Can I just ask on this elevation, walk down on this elevation, Linda, through you, Mr. Chair, that'll be picked up in the hardscape?
It's going to be, yeah, if I have to do this through staff anyway, because the windows have to change and the door has to change. So I'll make sure that they put the walk down in this time.
Okay,
It'll
so
come in on the elevations.
okay, so it's basically just a stair width going down the side of the building?
Yeah,
Okay, I
With the
just
nine
wasn't
light down
quite
there.
sure what that was. Okay, thank you.
I couldn't get it on the page. It would have drawn off the page.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't sound there's a lot here to do, although Diane did make a comment about bringing the cheeks of the dormer on the east side in a bit. Is that possible, Linda?
I don't know. I know there's bedrooms up there. It's a very small structure. It's only 26 by 28. I'm looking at the rest of it, and it's 2211 tall. So I hazard a guess that that's going to be a major impact on the inside of this cottage for her family.
Mm.
So I'd rather not, because the visibility of whether they come in or don't come in is not from anywhere.
Can we see
Because
the
you're
side
seeing the
plan again?
profile from Parker. All you see is the sides from Parker.
Okay,
And you
so
can't see it through the other big structures, which are
east,
right
east,
there.
east, that dormer is facing towards fairgrounds, correct?
Yeah, behind another structure, obviously on lot C.
Okay.
Through the driveway, you can see it.
All right, well,
Yeah.
listen, I think that in general, that this building is pretty benign, so I'm not going to get hung up. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Can I just ask a question first, Mr. Chair?
Of course.
Can we go to the elevation with the dormers? Linda,
Yep.
can you guys do like a rim board hat or just drop the eave down so it's at the one shingle course down? I think that would change the perception of the
Yeah.
volume of these
I
without
can do a
changing the
trim band.
usable floor space.
Yeah, just an extra shadow board.
Yeah, or
Into
just,
the windows. Yeah,
I mean, if you lowered the roof plane, they can still frame it and it would work. Everything would work. It would be less of a mass as opposed to making it thinner left to right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I can add an extra
Stephen,
trim band.
Linda, no, stop. That's not what Stephen is saying. Stephen is saying drop the eave the way it is so that there's no shingle space between the head of the window and the eave.
Right.
Which is very different from what you're saying, which is keep everything the way it is and just add a freeze board, which makes everything feel bigger and heavier. So I'm in favor of Stephen's idea as opposed to just adding a freeze board to make up the difference in where the shingle course is.
All right, Mr. Chairman, would that take it to like a 4.5 pitch? Pretty much.
No, the pitch stays the same. You just drop everything down so that you don't have the shingles between the head of the window and the eave.
I know, but is that drop the whole dormer down the roof or just drop the pitch? It can be done either way.
Drop the rafters 6 inches.
Keep the pitch the same.
Okay,
And you drop the whole thing down so that there's no
Okay.
shingle course. That's it.
just what I wanted. I wanted to know that because I don't want to get the face of it too close to the vertical wall below it.
Okay. So that was.
It just seems like, go ahead, Mr. Chair, sorry.
No, I was going to say what you were about to say, I think. Go ahead, Stephen.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to hold this up any longer.
Okay, so is that somebody make a motion, hopefully that would include that.
Motion to approve, subject to dropping the dormer roofs approximately 6 inches in height
Okay.
Good, so that they align with the head casing of the windows.
through staff.
And the walk down to show the cobblestone gray and the 6/6 and the 6-panel door, correct?
All
I'll
good.
accept that amendment to my motion.
Okay.
Okay. So on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
There we go. Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay,
Thank
Lynn.
you, guys. We got through 6 out of 7. I knew the 7 was going to be the issue.
Oh, it's a big house. You're free to go.
No, I'm not. I'm here for 10 days, sleeping in the HCC office.
Okay, excellent. Sounds like fun. Okay, we're moving along to 6 Lily Street. Now, Diane is chairing this. Johnny is here. Abby is here, but she said she's going to walk her dog before she joins on. So Abby would probably be absent from this one. Val is obviously here. Carrie's here. So Diane, it's I guess up to Chip whether he wants to continue without Abby on board. So, but I'm going to turn it over to you, and then you're going to have the next 4 applications, including some from Workshop APD. But I'm going to mute. Okay, Diane.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello? Hello.
Yeah.
So, Chip, if you can hear me, I will present. Madam Chair, can I?
Yes, please, Chip.
Okay. I'm happy to move forward with the board.
Yes.
There were 2 requests of the board, and we've done both of those. If we scroll down to the north elevation, there we go. Wait a second. These are the old drawings. Okay, so I don't.
Chip, I'm sorry. This is Kathy. I can find the new ones if you just wait a minute.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
My email is very slow. It's still sending.
I see 2 different ones, Kathy.
Whatever is dated 3/16 is the one you want.
Oh, I don't even have that. So, okay, I'll wait for your email
I
then.
just sent it. You should get it any second.
Okay.
The information.
Thanks for your patience, everybody.
Yeah. Not a perfect system, everybody. Sorry about
No, it's not.
Holly?
Well, while we're waiting, Stephen is listed as an alternate for this.
Yeah, I'll speak on that through you, Madam Chair. I think the last time we reviewed this was on the 25th. Is that correct?
Stephen, you'd have to wait till she pulls up the minutes for that.
Stephen, you are correct based on my notes that I have.
Yeah, and I'm actually not in the minutes, but I, again, remember speaking on this, and I think I actually made the motion.
I believe that is correct. Stephen, what you just said, because so these are still showing the older drawings.
Well, refresh what we asked and what you've done.
Well, go back to that north
You have-
elevation. I can describe what we did. So in this design, which is old, we were showing triple doors on that second floor, and it was determined that there is visibility of that area. There was a request to the board to replace those with a single door with flanking windows, which we did. And additionally, we actually separated the windows so they weren't molded to the door. So those triple units that you're seeing are now reflected as a single door with 2 windows with single space between the door and windows.
Madam Chair, through you, Chip, I have an email from Amy.
Okay.
I have an email from Amy yesterday. Did you send submissions yesterday? Because that's
I'm-
why that missed the
Okay.
deadline then.
Not certain when that got in. I just saw that we were on the agenda, so I don't know. Could you check that?
I can send it to Holly.
Okay.
Yeah, that would have missed the deadline for that meeting, so that's why you're looking at wrong drawings, so. Maybe this is what you need. Thank you, everybody.
Holly, can you hear me? Holly,
Yes, yes, John, I can hear you. How are you?
can you, I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you, Johnny.
What is this? What is this little mischief? It just came up. What is this all about? I'm reading it here in front of me. Her fault, executive application error. What is all that about?
I don't know.
Right, middle of the
I see
screen.
the top of your head.
Johnny, it might
I-
be your
the-
computer.
The only thing I've got is the top of your head. Now I got Kathy.
John, you've got a pop-up that we're not seeing. It's on your computer only. Click in the upper right-hand corner at the X and see if it closes.
Madam Chair, here are the plans that Chip provided.
Yes, so if we, you can see in the area that I was just
Okay.
referring, we have
Yes.
replaced the earlier proposed triple unit with a single door with separated windows. There we go, right there.
That's
That was
okay.
the request to the
And
board.
did
The
you
other
do
the board was on the east elevation, which is the side facing Lily, so we could take a look at that as well.
that's the one with the front door way, way back, right?
That's right, that's right. So in the upper left, we can see what we had original. It was asked to, we had a triple door unit there. It was asked by the board to make a single door with separated windows, which we did. We also, you can see, which I think helps the entry quite a bit, is lowered the pitch on the overhang. On the original design, we had that as a 9 pitch, which I think kind of made it a little heavy. We're proposing on a 4 pitch, which matches the pitch, the existing pitch on the porch on the right-hand side. You can see over to the right. So I think that also helps
Right.
it quite a bit. So those were the changes that we made. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Yes,
sorry, I don't mean to, Chip, so we don't have these drawings in the office, correct?
I believe you do.
Okay, well, because they were submitted yesterday for today's meeting, it didn't, submissions have to match a deadline, so I don't know if we have these in the office or not, but I just respectfully request that you meet the deadline for the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
okay, so we'll begin now. Nobody has any more questions? And we will begin with Carrie.
I appreciate the changes on that long elevation. On the front door, on that little porch, is that going to be shingled? The triangle, the pediment, is that shingled or is it painted?
You could go either way. I think
that's it. No? Oh.
we have it drawn as a panel, but if you it's preferred to be shingled, we'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I think it would be more subtle if it were shingled and not painted white. It just seems like it will stand out too like commercial to me. Shingled would be more subtle, but otherwise I like all the changes.
Thank you. Thank you. So the next person would be Stephen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So first of all, I want to just underscore Kathy Flynn's comments, not specifically you, Chip, but make the deadline, folks, because you keep everybody waiting. I agree with Carrie's comments. I think that should be shingled on the front, and I appreciate the other changes. And Chip, if we're looking on the porch to the right, the covered porch with the shed roof, is that shingled or is that paneled?
We would have to refer to the photos. If we go back to the photographs that are at the beginning,
Yeah, mine's not downloading quick.
it is
Single.
shingled, so that it confirms probably that would, no, if you go down one picture, down one more on the, there we go, right there. It is shingled, Stephen, right there that you're asking about.
Okay, yeah, so shingled for sure. Thank you.
Okay. Are you all set, Steve?
Yep, those are it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, Johnny? Johnny?
John, you're
I don't know
muted.
whether he's muted or not. What do you think, Kathy? Well, I will do, Val?
Yeah, thank you. The side that faces the path on Lily, I think it's north, I'm not sure. I still think that's a lot. It still reads as a lot of glass. I think it should be 2 French doors with shingle on either side of the doors, and I would be okay with that. The front is fine. And the other side with the 5 banked windows, I don't think we're ever going to see, and we could put the caveat in that screened in perpetuity. That's it, Madam
Okay,
Chair. Thank
good
you.
idea. That seems to be, that is Johnny McLaughlin. He's on it. I don't know where he is. So anyway, why don't we try and get a motion with the 4 of us?
I'll do it. Motion to approve with the front porch panel being shingles.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Val?
No.
No.
I-
Okay.
Yeah.
Stephen? Stephen? Are you muted?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry,
thank
my
you. And-
audio's got a mind of its own. I'm okay with it.
Okay, so that's with Carrie's motion. And Carrie, on your own motion?
Aye.
And I am an aye, so that is 4-1 on that motion at 6 Lily Street. Now the next one, it's 3, all the
3.
same.
3-1.
It is 3-1. Well, she got that. I don't count so good. The next
Thank-
one is 12 Cannonberry Lane of the workshop.
I am
So do
here,
we have,
Madam Chair. I am here, Andrew.
all righty. We have John McLaughlin, maybe, perhaps. I don't know whether Abby is back in yet. She was going to be back in.
Madam Chair, Abby is
After-
here.
Good.
Come on,
Okay, we
Holly,
got
I give it
Abby.
another minute.
Abby, thank you for participating.
We have a for 12 Cannonberry, Johnny McLaughlin, Oliver Thornwell, and Abby stepped out, so she wasn't on this particular one. She's on the next one. So with this is a new dwelling, right?
Abby is present.
Ready to
She's
go?
on this.
Yes.
No.
Madam Chair,
She's not on the first one.
yes, she is.
Yes.
The new dwelling, yes, she
Oh.
is.
Well, mine says she is. Okay.
I
That's
think the
then
garage, you might be
we
looking at
have
the garage.
everybody. We have John McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver Thornwell, and me. So tell us
Okay.
what you've done with the
Sure.
new building.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to refresh everybody, this is a trim is natural to weather. Window sash is black. Last time I had explained that this house, compared to other homes recently approved in Canterbury, is fairly modest in that the sort of broad face is not along Canterbury Lane. The board didn't really have many comments with the massing or the front elevation. It was mostly sort of some of these large windows I had on the other three sides. So here the board's comment was to lower the chimney, which we did. We lowered it about 2 feet. If you'd scroll down, Holly, please. On the west elevation, which is the rear elevation, which has no visibility. On this side, I have left this large glass element just because it's impossible for anybody to see based on the conservation land behind it. So if you scroll down, Holly, to this is the north elevation. You can see there was a very large window in the middle at the stair before, sort of 2 stories of glass, which I've reduced down to just 3 windows placed midway in the facade. Additionally, I removed the 4 gang window in the dormer, pulled them apart and reduced it down to 3 windows. So I think this is pretty appropriate, and just we added a mudroom door. We changed it from where it was a window before. And then on the south elevation, I took what was a triple French door under the pergola and made it a double door. Switched the doors and the windows so that the doors were hidden more from any potential visibility from the street. Again, in the dormer, pulled it apart from a 4 gang to 3 windows, and then eliminated that whole 2-story thing and did sort of a window with a high transom up in the space as well. So I'm hopeful this is a fairly straightforward and the board likes all the changes. That's it. Again, natural to weather trim as well.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Yes.
I do have some comments
Do we
to
have
consider
Shab?
from Sconce Advisory. Yes, ma'am. They reviewed this on the 15th. So yeah, I feel your pain. So as Andrew had mentioned, reduce the height of the chimney and reduce some of the glazing. I do have concerns a little bit on the visibility from the rear. Overall, the comments were on the north, 2 small windows. Let's see, go to the north. These 2 small windows were actually shown on the revisions, but they're not actually indicated in the original. So we just want to notate that. Yep. The chimney was noted to be very industrial in nature. And there's a question on its visibility and that it would stand out from the neighborhood. Just wanted to mention that. And in addition, the chimney should only be 3 feet above the ridge, was a comment. And then on the west elevation, the size and scale of the glazing is too much and didn't change. Again, I know you mentioned about visibility and maybe there needs to be more understanding of that, whether or not it's going to be viewed. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are the comments.
All right, thank you very much. So we will begin with Abby.
So I hope I didn't say on the east to make those windows on the second floor smaller. I hope I didn't say that because I think they look better in the first iteration.
The top, I'm sorry, Abby, the top is the new version where they're taller.
Okay, phew. Okay,
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, east. Then could we go to west? Yeah. So to me, this just looks like 4 French windows on top of each other. I wouldn't even mind a more picture window type approach rather than the door on top of door. It just reads like that to me, and it looks dangerous that way too, if you take it literally. And then could we look at the south and the north? Okay, so this is what north, I think, so which is the one that is it the,
Top is the new one. Abby,
okay,
the
thank
top
you.
one.
Thank you. I like that much better. And then the last elevation, please. Top one as well. Yeah, yeah. So much better. Thank you. I had them reversed. I couldn't see which was changed. Sorry. Okay. That I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie.
I appreciate most of the window changes. I do think that the clear story at the back of the building, both on the south and the north, are a little odd. I feel that it should be, the mast should break, and then those would make more sense to me. If the dormer masts were one thing, and then the mast changed a bit, and then you had those small windows as a sort of clear story, that would work a lot better for me. I don't know how visible these elevations will be, so it might not be that big of a deal. The other thing is, what I find sort of interesting is this is a very traditional neighborhood on sort of the outskirts of Sconset, and the cottage corners and some of your tall window elements are really very modern. And I don't know if it's that appropriate for this neighborhood to have so many modern elements that sort of, they're beautiful, but I'm not so sure how appropriate it all is in that neighborhood, unfortunately.
All right, thank you. Val.
I appreciate the changes. The only visibility concern I have is on the west, what you could see from the next road over, Pond Road. But other than that, I do appreciate the changes. Thank you.
All righty. And Johnny, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Are you ready?
Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. My comments would be on the north elevation.
Yep.
Okay, right in the middle, there's ganged windows, first and second floor. That's very highly inappropriate for Nantucket style, and it should be changed over to the same size windows on the right. And of that four unit one, that should be over there on the left. This is too much glass on this whole wall right here on the north wall. And that should be.
John, you got to look at the top one. The top one is I did reduce it down.
The top elevation. The top elevation is the one you want. You're looking at the old elevation.
I'm looking
You want the one where he made 3 windows in the dormer, and he made 3 windows where there had been 4.
Okay, right. I didn't see that until today, so I don't recall that. That's okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would say my only thing is the chimney, because I'm sort of a mulled window and a chimney person, and I would like to see it corbelled up higher. I think it's weird how low it's done, and if you only have one fire hearth in the building, is there any reason why that can't be corbelled up at least as tall as the windows instead of so low?
I can, Diane, absolutely do that. I mean, I'd really like to come to at least a staff agreement here, because it seems like this is very close rather than wait a month and get it off your agenda. So I am more than happy to bring the chimney up so that the corbel is up higher. I can add corner boards, Carrie, if you like. I don't mind doing that. There are a lot of other newer homes going in there, not done by me, that are a couple of them built that are very similar to this with some cottage corners. But I'm not opposed to adding the corner boards if that's something that the board liked. So if you all tell me through staff, I'm happy to make any adjustments, those few adjustments.
I think that would help me. Just
Thank you, because
yeah.
could we put together a motion, maybe through staff if there are corrections?
Motion to approve with corner
Somebody give-
boards and the exterior fireplace corbelled higher. Not so squat. That's not very official, but
I get it.
get it.
Thank you. Thank you. Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and Carrie.
Aye.
Johnny McLaughlin,
I already voted aye.
oh, you did. All right, then I vote an aye. So that is passed there for you. You can begin. The next one is the garage,
Yes.
and the commissioners are the same.
Same, correct. So again, there wasn't a ton of comment on this last time. The building again is natural to weather. What I did do is I lowered the height by, I think we got like 7 inches out of the building height. Just the board asked to try to push it down a little bit, and we squeezed it down really as much as we could. I also got rid of the sliding barn door that was facing the street on the east elevation, and I made the west door on the lower level more of a barn door, just shiplap rather than a glass French door. And those were the changes that we made. And I will say that this building is not all that dissimilar from several other that the board has approved, and they're done by my office in this development. So it's not atypical, because there will be many similar to it over the next 2 years.
All right. I look forward to that there. Val.
Madam Chair, I do have a couple of comments from Wisconsin.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay. So they also reviewed the garage. They appreciate the slight reduction in the ridge line and elimination of the barn door. There was a concern with the balcony over the garage door being very obvious and not welcoming, and as an architectural element didn't seem appropriate. The stairs and the entrance on the different elevation and not over the car entrance was of a concern. There's recommendation to switch the deck and the stairs, so that way it would eliminate that awkward balcony, as they're calling it, over the garage door. On the east elevation, there's a lack of a window right here. And there's a comment about it being unbalanced. Take that comment as you will. And then the east elevation, as Andrew had indicated, is the most visible. So you will see that balcony. Those are the comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Thank you. So Val, what do you think?
I appreciate the height reduction. I think my bigger concern was the balcony floating over the front, the garage door. It would seem it should be integrated like into a porch roof, and if not, maybe I don't know. it just seems to sort of be hanging out there. So the stairs aren't a concern, those face the house. And I
Right.
like the barn door. So for me, it's just the balcony that's appended to the building and hanging out over the door.
Okay. John,
Yes, thank you. The past policies of this commission, when you have a tall, skinny building like this one on the north elevation, you only have one window upstairs and none down. Usually the requirements are 1.5 in width or 1 in height up to your gutter line. And this looks, it should be changed that around to 1.5 to 1. Make it a little wider than taller. Thank you.
alrighty, thank you. Abby,
I think I'm okay with this. I was just wondering on Val's point about the staircase and the balcony over the garage doors. Does that relate in any way to the main house? It does look like an oddity.
I mean, ultimately, all the trim detail, the fascia board, the columns, the way they connect. Just to clarify, the deck is not hanging. It actually has columns that come down. So I mean, if that helps a little bit. So yeah, everything will be detailed the same. And, you know, natural to weather, it does disappear, but I'll stop talking now. Don't want to get yelled at.
Yeah, I'm pretty much okay with this. Madam-
okay, and Harry,
Well, I'm wondering if you flip the
All
stair
right.
and the deck to the north side and just reverse the floor plan up there, you'll clean up the garage door elevation. You'll get your second floor deck. The stair can stay on the west. It seems like that north elevation could hold the deck a lot easier than having it above the garage doors, which is very unusual. And you'd still probably get the same view except from direct south, but that's.
Yeah.
And then I
That
think of course,
sounds
the
good to
corner
me.
boards would have to crack.
If
yeah,
that's
this
what you're right,
garage-
Carrie. The
garage.
Yeah.
They would get the corner boards back. And on the east elevation, you removed that second window and Sab mentioned that it unbalanced the elevation. What was there a reason that you took it out, or
I
ruin
just
whatever you're doing inside?
Yeah, I'm just not trying to over window the garage below, and I thought sort of the asymmetry felt a little more quirky, like some of the smaller buildings as you come into Sconset. I'm fine to actually flip it. I see the point. If the board wants me just to mirror it, I'll do that, hopefully through staff, and that's fine. I think it works to do that, and it does solve the quirky deck on the front, I guess.
Or perhaps we're
North.
switching it over to the other side. I think that sounds good. Perhaps we could get a motion that would say through staff, perhaps, and mention the things in the motion if somebody would make one. Or
Motion
make one
to it.
for
I'll
hold
do
for
it.
revisions.
I'll do it through staff. The other
Okay,
staff. Motion to approve with the second floor mirrored. So the second floor deck is on the north elevation, taking care of the simplicity of that. The stair stays on the west. The east to me is fine. And I think that's it. Oh, and corner boards.
And
to-
add corner boards, right, Carrie?
Yeah.
very good. Thank you. So let's do it with Val.
Aye.
Okay, and Abby.
Sorry, I was muted. Aye.
All right, and Johnny McLaughlin.
Okay, yes, aye.
Aye, and Carrie,
Aye.
and me is an aye. So that's all. You got that one. Got that
Thank you.
one.
The last one is a shed,
So the
which I
next
hope
one
will
is,
be shed. Add corner boards through staff.
yes.
I make that motion,
Sounds like-
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Val.
Oh, good. Abby,
Easy.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
come on, Johnny. Thank you. Val,
Aye. I'm in
And
favor of
I'm
the
an aye.
motion.
Val, I'm going to save that vote for like 20 minutes down the road since you voted twice.
none of that tonight.
All right. Thank you all. See you soon.
Thank,
Bye.
thank you. All right, now next
Okay,
one
Diane.
is
Thank you.
Ray.
Yeah, so I'm back for one, and then Abby's going to take over from here. But so we're at 9 Main Avenue, pool. Steve Thoreau. Board is myself, Diane, John McLaughlin, Abby Camp, Val Oliver. I have a feeling perhaps that there might be some people in the queue that want to speak on this application, but we'll take it one step at a time. First up.
I'm here
Steve.
from Nantucket Advisory, Mr. Chairman.
Right, and we will always hear you guys, but I think in addition to you, there may be some other people, I'm not sure. Anyway.
Steve is here from NAG.
What's that, Stephen?
Steve is here from NAG.
Yes, saw you there, Stephen, and so your turn at bat, so go ahead.
Actually, I'd like to have the people, if anybody's in the queue wanting to speak first.
Oh, are you running the meeting or am I? I forget.
No, you're running the meeting, but
Okay,
I finally.
You're gonna present, this is I think we asked for revisions or whatever.
Yep.
So you're just gonna tell us where we are.
Okay.
And then we're gonna hear from Nantucket Advisory. And then I'm going to open it up if anyone has anything to say. You'll get your chance to rebut.
Okay.
But Stephen, there may be no one. I'm not sure. I don't know. I just know that we got a number of letters. So I just want to open that up. So go ahead, Steve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So you did ask for revisions, and in the past, what I submitted to you is a new plan showing the pool at 9 Main Avenue surrounded by a 4-foot fence and additional planting to screen the fence in the pool from the road in the public way. Now, I'd like to remind the board that this is not about Concom.
Yeah.
This is not about zoning. This is not about anything other than a pool in this location. All of those things fall outside the purview.
Right. So it's about a pool in that location, but with specifically the HDC's purview with respect to the pool as opposed to the Concom's purview.
Yes.
Zoning's purview.
That is correct.
Okay.
So before you see an article here, which was published by the Inquiry Mirror in 2006. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this location of eelskin, and eelskin going back in its history, was a shack. And it was a shack, a 1-bedroom shack with a porch on it that was actually located in not this location, but at Nantucket Marine off of Hither Creek. And at some point during the 70s, it was moved to this location and purchased by another family, moved from Hither Creek in 3 pieces, and reassembled and had a radical renovation performed to it, where over 70% of the building was new material. Plumbing was installed, electrical was installed, heating was installed, and it was no longer the shack that it was, because that shack was moved from Hither Creek in 3 pieces across the bridge to 9 Main Avenue where it resided. At that point, it was then moved again and renovated one more time with an addition and a location installation of a full basement underneath the house. So the shack has transformed itself from what was known as Eelskin, a one-bedroom shack with a porch, into this building that has grown over time, has been renovated twice, and has lost most of its historic fabric during that time. In 1970s, the Historic District Commission ruled that this was not a historic structure. And if we could back that up, Holly, for a minute. You'll see on the right-hand corner, the right side, it was originally called the 5D. Next, they had the Creek Boatyard at Nantucket Marine. And it was deemed a non-contributing structure by the Historic District Commission when it was moved. It was actually saved a couple of times because an owner decided that they want to spend money to renovate it and to relocate it. But at that particular time, I mean, this building now is really not historic. It's more folklore than historic in its sense. And it's been renovated beyond the nines to where it is now. If you can scroll down, Holly, one more time, please. To the center portion right here where it says replace about 70% of the wood framing, flooring, walls, and trim inside and out of the inn. They made the project work for their needs. So really here, we're not dealing with a historic structure. We're dealing with a shack that was not in this location previously, that was moved to this location in 3 pieces and renovated extensively over this period of time. Now, my client wishes to put a small pool in this location. It's not a large pool. It is a very small pool, and he's agreed to put a fence around it, much like the fences shown in my fence survey, which I submitted to you of all the fences in the area. The largest fence in the area, they all vary from split rail to picket to stockade fence, which is right here. The neighbor right behind him at 16 Ames has a 6-foot stockade fence that runs 20-something feet along the line of his property. And every single fence survey shown in here is similar to what we're proposing in order to hide this particular pool. Now, I would ask for your attention in this matter to regard this as any other pool that you've come before you at the HDC. Regardless of its location, this pool should be approved under the caveat of not visible in perpetuity based on the fact that the findings show that is not a historic structure that this pool is being placed against and will not be a detriment to the neighborhood. A lot of the neighbors that you're going to hear from or have posted letters are strictly here because they don't want it in their neighborhood. They don't want it in their neighborhood, period. And they have their fence, they have what they want, but they're prohibiting my client from trying to achieve what he wants with his property. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Okay, Linda, Nantucket Advisory.
You'll hear this from the neighbors. We had several neighbors also at our Nantucket Advisory meeting last week. The board felt that once you cross over Millie's Bridge, it becomes a whole nother world of a lot of older structures, open landscapes, what's left of it. And it was a different world and nobody had a pool over there. And they felt that the pool would be out of context with the neighborhood. What you would have to do to hide the pool would actually cause attention to the fact that there was something there to be hidden. They were afraid of the visibility. Granted, issues of Concom and water and all that other stuff came up. I believe it's a saltwater pool, which were not within our purview to have a discussion, a lengthy discussion about, but those concerns were expressed, but they're better expressed at the zoning board when this has to go there for a special permit. So they were very intransigent in their opinion that it's inappropriate in this setting because Smith's Point is an entirely different environment than Tristram's Landing or Tennessee Avenue or Washington or any of the other streets. So they were opposed to it for those reasons.
Okay. Is that it, Linda?
I believe, yeah, they did. They talked about the character of Smith's Point, which I mentioned, the visual impact to screen it. Close proximity to Eelskin Inn, but most of them were not. I was aware of it because I sat on it, but most of them were not aware of the fact that Eelskin Inn, as Steve mentioned, has been pretty much not Eelskin Inn anymore. So it's not as if you were putting a pool next to the oldest house kind of thing. They did mention lighting and pool because pools, I don't know, you'll probably know this better than I do, but I believe if you have a pool, you have to have a light in the pool unless you have a automatic cover, because if somebody fell in, you wouldn't see them. So they wondered where the pool equipment was going to be located. There was concern expressed by the people, I believe, on the other side of New Hampshire, or whatever that street is on the other side of Maine, about the pool equipment being very close to them and the noise disturbance and how that was going to be shielded and the noise dampened, and particularly the lighting, because it's dark skies out there at night. And so they were concerned about a lot of things, and the HDC does have jurisdiction over the lighting of an objectionable element, whether it's a pool or whether it's a garden or whether it's anything else. So that's pretty much where they came down.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. As I said earlier, did somebody just speak? Was that you, Holly, by any chance? No. Okay. So if there's anyone in the queue that wants to speak on this application, what I'm going to suggest doing is unmuting yourself so that we can hear you and announcing your name for the record and your address. Is there anybody that would care to do that at this time? Okay, well, no one's coming forward, so we're going to continue. If somebody shows up and they do want to speak, I will recognize them. But we're all looking at a number of letters that were submitted on this application that I believe Kathy and Holly sent out to all of us via email earlier. So if there's no one else other than board members that want to speak, I am going to turn it over to the board.
Chair, I have a chance to rebut one question.
Well, you mean rebut Nantucket advisory?
Yes, regarding the lighting.
Well, not at this time. I think I know what you're going to say, Stephen. So
thank you very much.
Let's let that ride just for the moment, okay?
Yep.
And remember, advisory boards are advisory boards, and the people that have the ultimate say are we, the ones that are reviewing this right now. So, okay, I probably didn't do this at the beginning, but I'll do so now. The board on this is myself, Diane Coombs, John McLaughlin, Abby Camp, and Val Oliver, all of whom are present. So who would like to begin the discussion on this?
I can say something briefly.
Great. Well, Abby, you're on it, so please do. Yes.
Well, I think it's really hard to talk about this site without talking about its surrounds. It's sort of like its streetscape in a way. And I think it's highly inappropriate for a pool. It's way too rural in its dune-like manner. And the more you've talked about how the shack has been added on and moved, it just makes it more wonderful to me. I mean, that's its charm, and these are the kinds of things we're losing. So I'm all in favor of keeping this site the way it is. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr.
Site
Chair.
the way it is, in other words, without a pool.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Abby. Val, are you ready?
Yep. So my comments are not related to eel skin being historic, because this is separate from that. My comments are related to actually the amount of fencing being proposed to screen a pool. So all of you know how I feel about pools out in beachy areas, Cisco, and this comes to mind as well. So I think pools in Nantucket in this area will jeopardize the aesthetic and quality of the existing visual environment. They are out of character to this sense of place in this area and do not share an identity or spirit of the area. This picture and a couple others that I sent in to Holly, I think are good to see as a whole because yes, you know, they show what's in the area in terms of fencing, but also that there aren't any extensive, huge closed-in yards. It seems to me that the areas that are closed in with fence that are significant other than split rail are maybe a small yard, they cover some equipment or a shower or something like that. So I think there's too much fencing. This is a beachy seascape and it's very informal and comprised of natural vegetation. Most of the fence out there is split rail, as I said, with the exception of a few. And until the visual screening, and I use that in quotes, is congruent to the informal seaside neighborhood, the pool should not be approved. The reason folks are drawn to Nantucket in this area is the informality compared to other parts of the island. And I think once the gate is open, the aesthetic will change forever and there will no longer be the old Nantucket community as we now know it. If at all, I think the fencing should come in and just be immediately around the pool, not encompassing the whole yard and knitting the buildings together. And it should have the plantings of the area. You don't want to draw attention to this being a closed off yard. That's not Nantucket. It has to be very inconspicuous, and that's our job to make them inconspicuous. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks so much for that, Val. Diane, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Sorry. I think that it isn't my concern that the eel skin is not the original building because it fits in to the housescape in the area. I think that the pool as part of that landscape of the particular area is inappropriate. I think that if you look down here, and part of our mission, as I keep saying, is approving something that keeps the streetscape as a good working place, and there isn't a pool to be seen, and it is to me then not the problems that will come up with this thing, but that it is not appropriate for keeping this area as an amalgamated streetscape landscape. So, and I agree with what else has been said.
Okay, Diane. Thank you very much. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comment, I've been doing a lot of thinking about these pools. Everybody's got to have a pool status symbol, you know, but basically you want to screen them, that's fine. But they should set a regulation, and we should have done it a while back. I mentioned it, that when you screen a pool, it should be screening no more than 20 feet from the edges of the pool. That's all you can screen. People are screening out, 600 square feet of property just to have a pool and all that paraphernalia goes with it. I think we ought to sit down and be serious about this in the future. As far as the screening of the this pool here, I find no problem with it. There's low brush, a lot of low brush there, but I have no problem with screening it. Thank you.
Okay, John, thanks. I think the photograph that is on the screen that we're all looking at right now kind of tells the story for me. The vegetation is all, with the exception of the copse of pine trees over sort of to the right, very, very low. This is reminiscent of the whole pool controversy, ongoing pool controversy out in Cisco that we've had to deal with a number of times. So I think that, to add a board fence to this very, very flat, severe landscape would really be a disservice to that whole area. So if there's going to be a pool at all, which I think is a big question mark, given what the other board members have said, the screening would be less of a board fence kind of arrangement than it would be sort of natural vegetation, but done so in a way that is very natural and harmonious with the vegetation that exists there right now. Those are my comments. Could somebody give me a motion on this one?
Chair,
I would motion to hold for revisions.
Mr. Chair, if I may speak,
Yeah, go ahead, Stephen. I'll give you a chance.
can we just end this with a resolution tonight, please?
What's that?
Can we end this with some kind of resolution tonight, please?
Well, okay, so
went the screening route before with the plantings, and nobody liked that. And I understand Val's comment about the fence, but I think that even if I shrank the fence, I don't think she's going to approve it anyways. So I'm spinning my wheels here. I don't want to waste any more time or money for my client. So would the board kindly just, tell me that you're not going to approve this?
Okay, so I want to be clear. It's pretty apparent that you're not going to get a motion for an approval.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Not in this way.
I also don't think that it's likely that we could do a sort of through staff kind of approval.
No.
Although that is a possibility. So I want to be really clear, because this came back to bite us. We had somebody who came in basically with an application. They said, well, we don't want to make any more revisions. We want a denial, which we did because they asked for it. They asked for a denial, and they took it to the Board of Selectmen, and the select board said, oh, well, you denied it. You didn't give them an opportunity to, revise their plans. And so it made us look bad because, he asked for a denial and we gave it to him. And then the select board said, well, you should have allowed him to do more revisions. So I just want to be really super clear on this, because if you're asking for us to make a decision right now, I don't make the motions, but I'm pretty sure the motion would be to deny the application. But I want for the record, it to go on record that you are requesting that, as opposed to us closing the door on your doing any kind of revisions.
Well, I don't think, we've been down this road now for 3 meetings. I don't think we can sway the board that I'm gonna do something that they're gonna approve a pool in this location.
Okay. Well, Stephen, listen, it's a difficult application.
I know it is.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. If you want to, if your client's preference is to take this to the select board and have us deny it, I'll see if the board would entertain that kind of a motion.
Why don't we hold for revisions so I can talk to my client?
All right, I think seriously, I think that's a much better idea. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm good with that. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So I believe somebody had made a motion for revision. Val made that motion, correct? Okay. So the motion on the table is officially to hold for some revisions, and we'll see where that goes. So on that motion, Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Diane. Diane,
Aye, sorry.
that's okay. Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Good luck, Stephen. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much tonight, guys. Okay.
You bet.
Okay. I'm
right.
hoping to see you later.
Okay.
Us too. Okay, so listen, next up is an application at 46 Union with Mark Catone, and that is being chaired by Abby. So I'm going once again to mute. Right? Abby, you got it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Would you like to present your project?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I was waiting for you. Sorry. So at the last meeting, there was some concerns about continuing the existing ridge on the southwest elevation. So we dropped that down. There was some concern about the size of the dormer on that same elevation. So we shrunk the dormer down. We also reduced the trim on that dormer so that it's proportional to the existing trim, but it's just smaller in every dimension. On the next elevation, the southeast elevation, you can see again the reduction in the height and the stepping back from the front in order to reduce that height. We also there was a concern about taking away the chimney, so we're just going to put that back. On the northeast elevation, which faces the water on the back of the house, there were concerns about the doors being 4 light, so we changed those to 10 light. And we also shifted the dormer on the right-hand side of that northeast elevation. There was a feeling that it was a little unbalanced, so what we did, we centered it over that existing window on the first floor so that there's a little more balance to it. And just as a point of clarification, there was some confusion about where the front door is. Currently, the front door faces towards Main Street, so like along Union Street. It does not face the street currently. We're proposing to make it face the street now. So that's on the that's on the southwest elevation. So we're proposing to bring the same existing door, but bring it around to the front of the house so that as you go up those existing stairs, the front door is right there in front of you. And that's all I have.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, please go, Holly.
Thank you. So HSAB did take a look at this on the 15th of March. We appreciate keeping the existing chimney and overall, no concerns. There was a discussion about the color. Mark did tell us that the owner wanted to keep that color. I guess it's the Folger blue, and it fades to what this color is now. And then I just wanted to mention that this application will also need a sister application towards it for the historic determination for the work that they're doing for resiliency purposes. And we're very excited with this work. So those are comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's exciting. Anybody want to go first?
I will, Abby.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I was muted. I appreciate the changes, Doug. You've addressed my concerns about breaking the ridge line, and I I can't remember what the other thing was, but the last remaining item is on the, hold on, because I'm looking at it on my computer. On the, geez, sorry, northeast, those two little square windows next to the four light in the middle gable. Do you need those? They seem sort of a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, we'd like to get, there's a second floor bathroom that we'd like to get a window in if we could, because we're blocking out a window in that bathroom with the addition. So it would be nice to have some natural light in that bathroom there.
And what is, okay, that elevation, not northwest, it would be south, what, southwest?
Southwest is the front.
Okay.
If you look at the floor plan, that's A1.1, Holly. You can see the existing bathroom.
Yeah,
That's
I think.
sorry, that's X1.1. If you go to
those...
A1.1, which is higher up there. There you go. So you can see on the right-hand side, we're adding the master bedroom, and you can see the master bath to the left of that is, of course, I'm pointing at my screen like you can see it. But so the existing bath is going to become the master bath, but we're blocking out a window in that bathroom in order to put the bedroom on. So we'd like to put the window in the back of that. And then of course we matched it on the other side just to balance it off.
I'm thinking you could add it on the southeast and eliminate them on the northeast. And that would be my only concern.
I was unmuted. So we've got a howling dog here. Diane, would you like to go next? Are you on this? Or are you a neighbor? Are you on this, Diane?
I lost Diane.
Okay. How about is Stephen here?
I am, Madam Chair.
Oh, hey, Stephen, are you on this?
I am. How you doing?
Yeah, whatever.
Hang in there, Abby. Yeah, I'm happy to go. I appreciate the changes, in particular, the bring back the chimney and the dropping of that addition roof mass. I think it makes a big difference. I get the concern about the windows. I'm not as concerned about that on those small windows. I think if there's a more period specific style window, that would be great. But I get what you're trying to accomplish, and I think it's appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, good. Thank you, Steve. Diane, are you on this one? I don't think she is. What about John?
No,
she's a neighbor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Carrie, could you go, please?
Yes, I think that subtle change of separating that mass a little bit makes a big difference. I also agree with Val that rear elevation is very busy, and those little windows they take away from the simplicity of that gable end. And I think you could just pop a tiny one low in that southwest elevation, I think it is. Because from just the photo that you show, that rear elevation is very simple. And the addition you're adding creates some extra visual stuff. So those little windows, I think, would be much better off gone.
Thank you, Carrie. Is John on this? Mr. McLaughlin.
Yes.
John, could you speak up or forever hold your peace?
Madam Chair,
John, you're muted.
Okay, so I'm going to go in the meantime. I had similar lining up windows, the southeast, I was wondering why. Where's the southeast? You're on. So I'm just wondering, so on the, thank you. Yeah, is there a reason that those 3 gang windows don't go right under that second floor window? I don't really care. It's probably a good reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's in a different room. You know, on the floor plan, you can see it's dining and living along that wall. So the dining room is towards the back, which is where those triple windows are.
And Doug, are those 3 ganged, are they the same size as the one in the second floor? Or are they slightly smaller? They seem a little bit.
They're the same size.
They're the same size, good.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are all A windows.
Well, you think we could just squidge it over so it just lines up just the first
Oh,
one?
we can make the one on the left line up with the one above, if that
Yeah,
would.
thank
Yeah,
you.
we could do that. Yeah, yeah. Well,
So are we gonna hold for just some really minor revisions, or does somebody want to make a stab at this to approve?
can I just speak to the small windows? I know 2 of you at least had an issue with the D windows on the northeast elevation.
Yes.
But the idea of putting it, if you stay right there, Holly, what you're suggesting is that the window would go basically in the left, to the left of that that gable. It would be looking directly into that deck, and vice versa. So people on that deck would be looking into that window into the bathroom.
Ostensibly, those are the people living in that bedroom, though, right?
Correct, but it's still a little strange
I
to
still
have
think it makes
a
a
deck,
big difference to
and
not have them.
it's also going to be sort of a dank little corner. So I just, I think the idea of having a window that's at a height that you can actually look out it makes more sense.
It's just that there's so many windows and there's so many different ones, and the new second floor deck, and it's so much going on this one elevation. I don't see it.
Maybe you should have a skylight.
Yeah. Tiny little
There's already one. There's already one there. That's an existing skylight.
No, on
another plane.
The other plane we're talking about.
Oh, instead of the windows?
Yeah.
So on the gable facing northeast, or on that roof
On
plane?
the roof plane, on the roof plane above where your bathroom is.
Where we were suggesting the little window.
Yep.
Above that, over.
Your northwest gable. It'd be your northwest side of the gable over the bathroom.
Right.
Be directly over your shower. I think we should move on and hold for.
Yeah, if you want to make that a staff approval, I'm good with that.
Yeah, because we're.
Did somebody make a motion to hold through staff? You want to make that, Carrie or Val?
I would try. So I would motion to approve through staff with the 2 small 4-light windows being removed from the northeast, and a skylight no bigger than 2 by 3 with wood trim being applied to the northwest elevation.
Of that, okay.
No, wait, it's not northwest. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's
Go
the other
scroll
one.
up. Sorry. It's scroll down, scroll up, something. I can't.
I think it's southeast.
Yeah,
Southeast,
it's northwest because northeast faces Meter Street.
I think it's on the south.
It's on the other side because
Scroll
this
down,
side
scroll
faces
down one.
Diane's house.
Scroll
Okay,
down
let me
one.
look on my computer and see if I can see
All
it.
right.
Coming right there.
Southeast.
Southeast.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Point of order.
John, we're in the middle of making a motion.
That's right. That's why I'm doing this. I'm on this commission.
I know, but I called on you several times and you didn't respond.
Read what it says right there. It says 46 Union Commissioners, Paul, Coombs, McLaughlin, Kemp, and Oliver. I'm on this. I have a right to speak, don't I?
Absolutely you do. I called on you several times and you were muted. So, now, do you want to say something, John?
Well, I have a right to speak. That's what I'm getting at. The point of order.
We'll get to it.
I'm sorry?
Say what you think.
All right, I'm going to speak about this project, okay? Thank you. This house, with the changes as submitted for, architecturally fits in the neighborhood as to neighbors that have been down there since a long time, years, 40, 50 years ago. And this house here, with the changes in it now, is still compatible to the neighborhood. And very few changes. I think it should be approved the way it is. That's my opinion. All of this is in the neighborhood. That's my comments before any motion to made.
Okay,
That's why I made a point of order. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Can we continue with that motion, please? We were about to
The
approve.
motion was for simple revisions, simply to remove the 4 light small windows on, I don't know what side that is.
Northeast.
Northeast, and offer the applicant a 2x3 skylight window on the southeast instead of a small window. That is my motion.
But sorry, I got to add to it. Abby's centering or aligning of that window on that southeast.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And also moving the triple down below to line up with the gable window on that same side, which is southeast.
Okay, very good. On your motion, Val?
Aye.
Aye. Carrie?
Aye.
Aye. John?
Repeat the motion, please.
It's to approve through staff, removing the small 4 light windows on the rear and moving the windows on the southeast over slightly so they line up. One window lines up with the window in the gable, and letting the applicant have a small 2x3 wood skylight on that roof plane instead of a window.
Thank you. I'm in favor.
Okay, good. And Stephen?
I just want clarification. Which roof plane is it?
That would be the southeast.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I thought the bathroom was on the other side. I'm an aye.
Oh, good. And I'm an aye as well, so that passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Next up, 51 Pleasant Street. Linda is with us.
I'm here, and I believe Nancy is here somewhere. There's so many people on the screen, I can't see her.
I am here. I don't know.
She is. She's on the phone.
Yes, yeah. I'm on the phone.
Okay.
In a nutshell, do you want to read who's sitting,
Well,
Mr. Chairman?
I do. Thank you, Linda. Myself, Abby, Val, Stephen.
All right, the last time everybody was sort of ready to approve it, but they didn't really understand how it was going to go down and up, how the asphalt was going to be pitched. I know Holly's trying to have conversations with the DPW on another project, and she was in favor of putting brick there, but that's outside the property line, so that's a different argument. But we had Teddy out there, who the surveyor, to shoot it, and we had Mark Lombardi out there to also be involved with the angles, and the angles do work, and the slope is cut because we can come down at 1 and 20, as you know, Mr. Chairman, and then back up at 1 and 20 without violating the ADA accessibility. And then we took the plants that are on that corner and cut them back and cut them down so they're low growing year-round vegetation and not a hydrangea that's going to disappear and look like stakes in the ground. And it turns out that a large percentage of that hedge, we had it staked as well. A large percentage of that hedge is actually on the neighbor's property, so we don't have control over it, but we will definitely put screening on the side that we have between her house, Elizabeth's
Oh,
house.
yeah, that was something that Elizabeth brought out, was the fact that the screening that you were proposing was actually on her property.
Part of the hedge is, Nancy can speak to that as well. Part of her hedge is on her property and part of it's on our property. But
Okay.
we'll certainly fix it and make it nice and replant it so it looks decent even on her side.
Okay.
A lot of that vegetation that you saw that's been piled up was cut vegetation. That's all coming out. So we actually have a far larger section there to plant than it looks like right now where the driveway's cut. So we have a lot more space to work with than it looks like, you know, on the ground at the moment because there's so much debris.
There's
So
the picture.
it does work. We did extend the apron into the lot like Abby had asked in order to keep the shell up into the property because it's at an angle. No matter what you do, it's at an angle going into the backyard where it levels off. So we did extend the apron from the walkway and we did prove out on Teddy's plan that the angle will work and won't be falling off a cliff into the road.
Okay, is that it, Linda?
Yeah, that's pretty much all you had questions about.
Do you have anything to add to that?
I have a question.
Well, hang on. Nancy, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I think Linda covered it
Okay.
very directly. So
Thank you. Yes, Val, your question.
If I'm not mistaken, I remember that there was some sort of citation from the DPW.
The DPW actually.
And that's not on here, so I can't remember what it is.
Right, the DPW actually, before we all changed it, that it had to get through planning board or zoning board or HDC before they issued a curb cut. This is what drove the curb cut change. Because the DPW legally issued the curb cut in 2019 for this curb cut because there was no prescribed order at that time. So they do have a valid curb cut, but they have to come to the HDC, there's no question, but they do have a valid curb cut permit from the DPW.
I thought it was a violation notice.
Nancy?
it's a violation notice. However, it's kind of like we were caught in the crosshairs because years ago, guy shows me how old I've been here. You would go down to the DPW with a little drawing and say, this is where I want my curb cut, and they'd look at it and approve it, and you walked home. This changed apparently, but I don't think it was really noted to people that, you know, had been doing it that way. So I don't know, but John Trudell went and got the curb cut from the DPW in September. The work was done on the road there, the entry, in October, and it was indicated to me that it wasn't until late October that the HDC was to start going over these things. So I don't know if this is the reason for that change, could be, but that's where we're at. So we do have a violation notice.
I think it's imperative to have that as part of the record.
Yeah, it's an HDC violation, Val. It's not a DPW violation. It's actually the HDC violation because they went ahead and did it without HDC.
I think there was a DPW one, but we can find that out.
I don't have one from them, no.
No, it's actually a permit from them.
Hang on, too many
Yeah,
voices. Val, you just wanted to have the violation entered into the record. Is that what you wanted?
It would just be good to know what it was.
Okay. All right.
Kathy has it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a copy if you need it.
Mr. Chair, I just sent it to Holly, so she should be able to pull it up in a separate PDF.
Yeah. Okay. So now, speaking of Holly, do we have HSAB on this one?
Yep, Mr. Chair, I can multitask as I'm looking that up. HSAB did take a look at these plans on March 15th. And their comments or their concerns are as follows. Cut bluestone cap of stone wall is too clean and modern. That was the proposal on there. Lowering the sidewalk 10 inches is a concern, especially where it will slope back up south of the driveway. The current sidewalk is consistently level all the way down that side of Pleasant Street. This will create an unusual dip. So there's concerns from accessibility standpoint. Recommendations. The cap should be natural through stone. More info should be provided to show the proposed new slopes on either side of the driveway to ensure the slope meets ADA compliance. Mr. Chair, this is the violation that was provided. I also want to just give just a brief context. Linda is correct. This prior to the change in the bylaw to 139-20.1 to require people to come before the HDC before they get a curb cut approval from the DPW was done because of situations like this. Prior to that, DPW was contacting staff, myself, on a case-by-case basis for specifically proposed curb cuts within the old historic district. With that, that's when I recommended and requested for the change in the bylaw through obviously the appropriate paths of the planning board and eventually town meeting. So that's why we have that in the bylaw now to make sure that HDC isn't part of the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just address a couple of things in HSAB really quickly? I think
really super quickly.
Yeah, Teddy did the slope, and we can't violate the slope. It's going to be 1 in 20 because it's about a 30-foot shot. That 10 inches is going to drop over about 30 feet because it already naturally slopes down towards the next one, and then it slopes down to Gardner Perry Lane. So Teddy shot the whole strip across both faces of the properties all the way down there, and it's a 10-inch dip over 30 or 40 feet. So it does meet handicap accessibility, and the town won't let us do it unless it does meet handicap accessibility. So it slopes gradually and then slopes up again, but it's over a great length of space.
So Linda, just to be clear for the record, the Teddy that you're talking about is Teddy Fales, who's the surveyor, correct?
No, Teddy King.
Teddy King.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
No, not Teddy Fales.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Linda. Now, I just want to make sure I didn't see her in the queue, but if Elizabeth, the neighbor, or one of her proxies is on and wants to speak on this, I would allow that to just unmute, but
and we met with Elizabeth out at the site as well.
Okay, I didn't see her there, so I think I'm going to move forward. Okay, board members, and hopefully you all remember who you are. It was myself, Abby, Val, and Stephen. Any of you?
Yeah, I'll go, Mr. Chair. But before I do, I just, cognizant of prior issues with people dropping in and flaming us. There's a couple of names here I would just ask staff to verify on the back end while we're discussing things. One is 5678 double exclamation mark Maisie. The other is colon. And then there's a couple others that aren't really identified. So I just thought I would mention that.
Well, I appreciate it. I got a feeling we're going to hear a few people on 3 School Street, which is coming down pretty soon.
Yeah, I think the town's policies, you've got to identify yourself by name. And a lot of them don't, some of them don't even have a name or a last name.
Good.
In any event, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go.
So on this application, I'm where I was before. I appreciate the fact that the applicants have taken, the agents have taken a little bit more diligence to work out the grade. I'm with respect to the aesthetics, presuming that PA stone is a Pennsylvania fieldstone wall.
Yep.
I'm
That's
okay with
correct.
this. And it is subject to the, town approval with respect to the grade. So I'm glad we went a little further and we didn't end up with something that was too steep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Val?
I'm okay with it as well. I just wanted to make sure we had all the bits and pieces that we needed to have.
Okay, and are you satisfied that we do now?
Yeah, as long as we have whatever the violation notice was and that whole 9 yards. Yeah.
It was an HTC violation.
I can drop that off tomorrow.
Nancy,
We have it, Nancy.
we have it, dear.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Val. How about you, Abby?
This site makes me a little nervous for several reasons. One, the slope and the shells. I've never been in favor of the shells. I'm worried about this area in that we're always backed up and August comes and worried about cars be able to turn around and come back out again. So I'm just going to sit on this one and not
Okay.
in favor. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just notate something from Abby's comment? She mentioned about people backing up on Pleasant Street. The zoning bylaw for Pleasant Street requires people to have an on-site turning, so they do not back out onto Pleasant Street.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would hate to be doing that myself.
Never get out.
Okay, thanks for that, Holly. I'm okay with this too. So can I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, have we dispensed with the cap on the wall or?
Yes, sorry. Thank you for bringing that up. I do not like the cap and I would like to see it more rusticated. So I'm not in favor of the cap.
Okay, because the one on the next one in Elizabeth O'Rourke's is rough on the top also.
Yeah, I would prefer that. That's
Okay.
just 2 cents. Okay, who would like to make a motion?
Motion to approve through staff with removal of the cap, subject to sign off by the DPW.
You can't make anything subject to another board under the law.
Well, I will take that out, but the spirit and the intent has been adequately conveyed. I'm thinking.
You're on record. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks,
Okay.
Linda. I appreciate not having that tied up.
Thanks for that motion, Stephen. On the motion, Val.
Yeah, I agree. As long as we're not responsible for the boondoggle of the traffic.
Well, we won't be. We won't
No,
be.
there's a turnaround.
The DPW. Okay, so you're in favor of?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. And Abby, you're opposed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Now,
Appreciate your-
once again, I'm going to turn it over to Diane for the next application, and I'm going to mute for a little while. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
Oh, I'm not well.
Oh,
This is 17 Lincoln Ave.
yes, we have you as acting chair,
Exterior revision, right?
Abby, Val.
Oh, you want to know
Terry.
who's on it? I'll check. It is me, Abby, Val, Carrie, and that's it.
Yes.
Okay, this is for exterior revisions, I would guess.
Yeah.
So what have you done? Looks good.
So the changes that we made from the last time were we revised the front door. If you can blow up the, we put the original approval and then the previous submissions on here. So we revised the design of the front door to be more traditional. Something wrong with this side light. The side lights aren't equal, but they're meant to be very equal. We revised the glass size.
Okay.
Windows to the left. We brought the windows closer together on this dormer because I think in the last submission, they looked a little bit wall-eyed. That was one of the comments. We had pulled down the height of the chimney, although I believe HSAB thought it could go a little higher. We also reduced the width of the roof walk dramatically from the last submission.
Yes.
And you can see here too that, we've
Okay.
resolved the eave line.
Yes.
This elevation, the changes from last week that I think the last time this was heard was really adding the columns back to the octagon. We had submitted a option with brackets, and I believe there was a lot of concern about those. And I think the other changes, I think they're noted. Yeah, there was that door had been previously submitted. And I don't think there was a comment from the last time you saw it.
And yeah. And that roof comes in and that goes like that. And that looks good. Okay, is that?
And then the back
No,
is
we
just
got another one.
It's it's all circled from the previous submission, from the previous approval, not the previous submission. What we changed here from the last time you saw this was we added the columns around the octagon. And
yep.
I think those were the only changes from the last time you guys saw it, but we've attempted to kind of bring the window sizes closer together. I think at one point there was concern about how chaotic the fenestration was. So we attempted to make it more cohesive.
Okay, one thing I'll just check with you before it goes to the guys is the chimney that you reduced the size, the height of. What do you think Hashab said it could go up to again?
Well, I'll let Holly read the comments,
is that
but
the one over by
the raise up a foot, Mickey said.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I do have those comments. HSAB reviewed this on March 15th. Their concerns were as follows. The chimney looks too short. On the north, too many French doors at the second floor deck. Their recommendations to the commission be to raise the chimney about a foot. And then on the north, the second floor deck, change a couple doors to flanking windows. Those are the comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So have you got anything else, Lisa, that you'd like to say before I turn it off to the commissioners?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think the French doors on the north are, they line up with what's below. I don't think they in some ways seem quieter than what was previously approved, or at least more organized.
Okay, so let's go to Abby Camp.
Abby Camp. Okay. I know her. Let's see.
You know,
I like the front renovations. The new design, pulling the windows together, and the new front door. I think my only, and I like the sides. I think if we could go to where the turret is, the one more where, yeah, with all the fenestration. I think that the previous approval with the one shed on the far left is quieter, showing more roof. And my only other comment is that on the turret on the second floor, I wish there were more. I wish there were a couple of shingle courses in between the windows, so it wouldn't look so fenestrated. It's just over fenestrated for me. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Val.
I appreciate the changes, especially on the front. I also agree with the chimney, maybe adding a foot. And with regard to the north, I'm looking at all the iterations together, and maybe there's a happy medium somewhere in between, like the 12821 previous submission with the turret had a little more shingle space underneath the windows, and that might help alleviate some of that feeling. But all in all, I'm okay with it.
No.
Thank you,
Okay,
Madam Chair.
Carrie,
I still don't understand it. Right here, you cannot screen. Who said you can't?
Carrie. Are you there? Carrie.
Oh, shoot, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was talking to nothing. I don't have much more to add. I just want to agree with the shingle courses under the windows in the turret. I think that will help make it not feel like such a tower of glass.
There you go,
And
skinhead.
the doors on the second floor don't bother me at all because I agree with Lisa. They're balanced with below. And the dormer on the left, I do think it should go back to just a 2-window dormer from the previous, what's called the previous approval.
Rather than a 3-window.
Yeah, it just,
Yeah.
there's something about it that's not working for me.
First time that's come up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I have to just look at the plan to see if that actually works. Doesn't
Well,
really
it's not a break. It's not a break the deal because there's so much else going on that draws your eye. I don't think it's still in the background.
Because the dormer doesn't look like it's just sticking out there by itself.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we can definitely make the windows shorter in the turret and add more.
Let's find out what it
I think
is.
that'll help just ground it and make it not feel like an exhibit at the World's Fair.
Yeah, I get that.
Right. That would be good. I don't know if that dormer on the left on the north elevation has to stay. Maybe if you separated the 2 windows to the left to fill it in, it wouldn't catch your eye so much.
More in keeping
I
with all
don't
that, right?
have a
Monday is good to do it.
Yeah, we could probably do that. Just spread those 2 windows so that you have
Yeah.
space between all 3. I could do that.
right. And so let's see if we could get a motion so that there is more
Nothing
single space
there.
under the
There.
windows, that the dormer on the left of the north elevation the windows get separated. And I think that was about everybody's.
The chimney gets a foot taller.
And the chimney goes up back up another foot. Yes, John, what is it?
He's not on this application.
I know, but he's been talking all through it. So anyway, so can somebody make a motion like that for me, please?
I make a motion to approve through staff with the chimney bumping up a foot. And on the northeast elevation, the windows in the turret, just having more shingle courses below it, size to be determined by Lisa.
The January 28th submission.
And the windows on the dormer on the left separated.
Okay. And the windows on the dormer on the left separated. I was okay with that, but I'll make that part of my motion.
Yeah. Okay, that would be good. I would like that, and because she doesn't want to make that dormer back too small. So Abby, on Val's motion.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
All right, Carrie.
Aye.
And Val, on your own motion.
I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye too.
Thank
so that
you.
Is
my goodness.
Thank you.
A whole aye.
That's been a long haul.
You have a good.
See you guys soon.
Have a good evening.
Well, I'll see you again, hopefully.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Okay, now we're on to 3 School Street. board on this. Two applications, same board on both. Myself, Diane, John, Stephen, Carrie. Okay, so
Okay.
go.
Hi, this is Colin Flavin, the mysterious Colin on the screen. I'm the architect of Principal at Flavin Architects. I'm here with my associate, Nathan Lynch, the property owner, Gordon Russell, and Rob Newman of Sandcastle Construction. Holly, if we could move, I think, to the exterior elevations facing School Street. Perfect. So let me just run through the lower right drawing is the proposed elevation. And because a couple of the things that we've changed are clouded. On the left side, we have changed a smaller window to a 12/12. We have
I don't understand this.
decreased the size of the roof walk by a foot on each side, so a total of 2 feet smaller. It also was showing up on subsequent drawings. It's now been centered on the ridge of the home. And then based again on HSAB recommendations, we have proposed a different color scheme of a gray for the proposed clapboards. And then in the lower left of the lower right-hand drawing, below the left-hand window, we have eliminated the lower portion of glass to make a solid base to the door. Then in addition, we've added 2 perspective views where we have superimposed the changes. The view on the upper left is from the south east on School Street, and the lower left from the northeast. So I think the upper photo or rendering is intended to illustrate that the brick chimney that we'll look at later is not visible from the public way. I'd like to move, maybe Holly, you could scroll down. And now we are looking at the north elevation on the bottom right. And again, we are showing clouded in red the changes. The roof walk has been made smaller, again, by a foot on each side. In the center, clouded are the windows that had previously were sort of a narrow transom, and we have changed them to be a traditional double hung 6/6. And then on the right side, where we had previously had a kind of a skirt hip roof, turning that right-hand corner, we have made that a simple shed roof with an inset walkout deck. We've got a fence, portion of the fence that was missing. We have filled that in and completed that. And then we have the outdoor shower. We have vertical boards defining that. And let's scroll on down, Holly, and we can look at the next group. So here is the west elevation. On the bottom is again updated with clouded in red. We're showing the roof walk centered on the ridge of the roof. Just to the left is just barely showing over the ridge is the top of the chimney that has been reduced in height by 18 inches. At the bottom, sort of in the center, you'll see that the French doors or patio doors opening onto the deck now have a solid base as recommended. And then we've eliminated the rail altogether, the handrail altogether, because it is not required by building code, and we thought it just is quieter. And then on the left-hand side of the drawing, you can see the clouded deck from the second floor that is inset into the roof. And again, the roof is now a simple shed and does not turn the corner and kind of project out with the decorative supports that it previously had. So finally, I think we can look at the east elevation. And getting a little redundant here, but again, the roof walk has been centered on the gable. And then the chimney, the new chimney has been reduced in height by 18 inches. And then on the lower right, you can see that the fence has been completed around that corner. Nathan, you could probably jump in and let me know if I've missed anything in terms of our changes.
Nathan Lynch, Flavor Architects. For the record, the north elevation, they're 8/8, not 6/6. Change 2. Those were originally transoms, and now we've also added a couple windows just because previous comments said that elevation was under fenestrated. So we've added windows in the family room, made a larger window in the bathroom, and added a window in the master closet.
Nathan, we might also want to scroll up to show the view from Lucretia Mott.
It's on the north elevation.
Yeah. So go ahead and explain those, Nathan, please.
In this upper left corner, you clearly see that the chimney is not visible from this perspective. There are existing plantings in both the neighbor's yard and in our client's yard that really hide that second floor deck. And we have made elevational changes to that deck, but just furthermore that those pretty substantial plantings, and they will get bigger, will hide that first floor and the second floor deck from this view.
Okay.
Additionally, I mean, you'd never see the HVAC units from a public way, which are on this elevation.
Okay. The north elevation, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep.
That's good. Gordon, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No. Sorry, wouldn't unmute me. Not really. I think you've covered most of it. I think we compare where we were last time we were before the board, and then also include the HSAB's input, which, we've addressed, I think, the vast majority of all of the issues that were raised. The color changed, and the roof walk was centered and minimized, as we've seen. So I think there's been a lot of great progress on this. From my perspective, we've certainly addressed a lot of what's been brought to our attention.
Okay, thank you, Gordon. Speaking of HSAB, any further comments from their board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. HSAB took a look at the revisions on March 15th. Concerns are as follows. The photographic evidence appears to show pre-existing clapboard. Of course, we've all discussed that. It is perceived as that. We can't really confirm it, nor can we deny it. But we do know historically that there were clapboard in the area. I want to remind the commission that this structure is a typical Nantucket. The Asa Gardner House, circa 1795, obviously a contributing structure within our historic district and our National Historic Landmark. Original roof walk did not have a skirt. Roof walks on buildings of this period typically did not have skirts. New roof walk should reflect original design. On the south elevation, the new 12/12 window is too wide, creating squarish panes. Let me zoom out for that. On the north elevation, the 8/8 windows were not traditionally used in town. On the west, the second floor 12/12 windows are too short, creating squarish panes. On the east, the faux chimney elevator shaft is too massive for a rear chimney or any chimney and is not acceptable. The desire for an elevator to the third floor should not be a reason to approve such an awkward detail. This portion of the building is clearly visible from Lucretia Mott Lane, standing in front of the Ship's Inn driveway, as shown by Google Street View. Dormer window H is too wide, creating squarish panes, again with the squarish panes. Also, the outdoor showers should be at grade level and not elevated on the porch as proposed. Recommendations: remove the roof walk skirt. On the south, narrow the 12/12 windows. On the north, change the 8/8 windows to 12/12. On the west, lengthen the 12/12 windows. And on the east, remove the faux chimney completely. Make H windows narrower. Put shower at grade. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Is there anybody else in the queue there that would like to speak on this application before I turn it over to the board? If so, you want to unmute and announce yourself for the record, please. Okay, doesn't sound like it.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. This is Catherine Piemonte, a butter at 1 School Street.
Okay.
I agree with the HSAB comments, and I don't want to keep repeating everything. So I'm concerned about also the north, I think it's the northeast corner, the grade level elevation. They're trying to change the grade level. I guess that's on the hardscape proposal for this property.
Which will be the next thing to be reviewed, by the way. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
That will be the next application.
Oh, should I wait on that, sir?
Well, you've brought it up, but you may want to bring it up again when that's in front of us all. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So my concern was the grade level and retaining wall, because it will be above the grade level of my property. And I'm concerned about the runoff, and also the in regard to this, the shower above grade level, and even if it were brought down to grade level, what would the drainage and all of that plan be? Because obviously it's all in my property line. And the proposal, they want to put the air conditioning units in that corner. They've already changed the driveway to my side of the lot, and that's a second change on the driveway since this lot was divided in 2017. So, concerned about the elevator shaft as well.
Okay.
Anything you want to say? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else before I turn it over to the board? Okay. Okay, so as a refresher, myself, Diane, John, Stephen, Carrie. Okay, who would like to begin?
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask a question, but Steve, I'm going to hear Stephen first, but go ahead, Diane, ask your question.
I just wonder I just wonder, I didn't hear what the age was of the building.
Oh, Holly?
1795. Typical Nantucket.
Okay.
All right,
Yep.
Stephen?
All right, thank.
Sure. If we could go to the site plan, please, the existing conditions. So just a quick look at that and then to the next one down. I'd like to see the existing conditions dashed in on the proposed floor plan. I think that's appropriate given the history of the structure. There are some substantial changes being made to an historic structure, so that's a concern. If we could go down to the sheet that shows the existing, the previous proposed, and this, yeah. I think generally I don't have a concern except for the fact that I think those second floor decks, to some extent, depending on which elevation you're on, are actually third floor decks due to the grade. I think that's inappropriate for the setting. I'm not seeing that in a widespread use down there. I think the south elevation, shows the widow's walk. I appreciate the roof walk. I appreciate it being changed. I'm gonna guess that that's more than a third of the width of the roof, with some certainty, and I think that should be addressed to be reduced. And the other thing is, I think just as a general matter, I am highly uncomfortable approving a structure where maybe a quarter of one elevation, the full elevation being the north elevation on the bottom of the sheet, the lowest level is obscured by a fence. So I would want to see actually what is going on with the structure there. I'm not suggesting anything untoward, but it should be visible to us. Fences are a hardscape material matter. And I think those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, very good. Thank you. Carrie, are you ready?
Sure.
Okay.
I agree with a lot of what Stephen said. The elevator shaft is being called a chimney, so it's being treated with brick. It doesn't make sense to me because when you see brick, you would see that it would be higher than the ridge. So it obviously stands out as something incongruous. I'm wondering why it isn't incorporated into the roof walk, because the roof walk is above the ridge and it seems like you could accommodate the chimney in the roof walk. I think the roof walk is considered painted skirt, and I think the whole thing should be natural. Adhering to HSAB's comments about roof walks generally being non-skirted. But if the elevator shaft is going to be approved, it seems like that would be the place to do it, because then we wouldn't have this element that is just doesn't make any sense anywhere. I agree the shower should be at grade. It seems like that's an element you would never see there in an historic structure. I agree with Stephen that we should see what the foundation of the building is behind the fence. And all the window changes, I appreciate all the window changes that you guys have done. I think it makes a big difference. I think HSAB's got some very detailed commentary that you might want to listen to. It could make it even better and more authentic. I think that's it for now.
Okay, Carrie, thank you very much. John? John, you there? I will flip to Diane. Wait.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Go to north elevation, please. Okay, that's what I want to look at. Is this a fence that I see here?
Yes, that's a fence.
Yeah.
Is it 6 foot or 4 feet? It doesn't show.
It's a 6-foot existing fence.
Existing? Okay, yeah. That was my question. Thank you.
That's it, huh, John?
That was my question. Thank you.
But do you have any comments on the application, or are you finished?
Not at this time. I think it looks pretty good.
Okay, thank you, John. Diane? Diane? Let's see where Diane is.
Here I am.
Ah, there she is.
I'm
Okay.
unmuted.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Dog was barking. I think if you're going to keep the roof walk, that it should not have a skirt. It didn't have one. It didn't have very many skirts back in the 1700s. So I'd like it not to have that. I think that the elevator shaft has to be rethought out. It shouldn't be brick. It shouldn't be that wide. I don't know what's happened to the little chimney next to the bigger chimney up there and on the main place. It seems to have just totally disappeared. I don't know how or why, but just to get it back.
You can comment again if you want. Keep going, Diane. Good.
No, I want to try and keep the old building as the most prominent one. And with the exception of that chimney, which has disappeared, which seems to be that one. The regular thing about the shower should be on the first floor and all that. When seeing it rearranged and stuff, I would like just to make sure that the main building, the main front facade, and what you're going to see as you walk along those two streets, School Street and the rest, that you see that hits you first and that you haven't overrun that southeast elevation. As far as I can see, it still exists.
Keep going, Diane.
So that's my thought. The one down, what is it? It keeps jumping. West.
Yes.
Seems to be good. It seems to be good, and actually I don't know how long those four windows each other have been there, but I personally like the two windows themselves.
Well, so the two window, the four was previous and they switched it to two. The bottom one is the current one that we're reviewing. That one, yes.
Yeah. I think it's nice looking, and for some reason I think it's more in keeping with the age of the house. I'd like to see it again. We've gone by it and reviewed it many times. I just like to be sure, and I think the elevator has got to be rearranged somehow. I'm sure whatever their suggestion was, the Carrie's suggestion that they go into the roof walk may be the answer. I don't know what the shaft is like inside, but I would like to know that.
Okay.
So basically that's it.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the comments, Diane. And I really don't have anything to add other than sort of a more a matter of our protocols. And that is on that north elevation, somebody observed that it's a fence. I believe that was John McLaughlin, which indeed it is. But ordinarily, we're not showing the landscape element on the elevations, particularly if it's obscuring what's behind that. So the next time around, I think if you want to dash in the fence or whatever, it would be important for us to see what's actually happening behind that fence. That's all I have to say. Can we have a motion on this, please?
Motion to hold for
I say
revisions and
motion to hold
removal of the fence along the north elevation.
Okay, so Stephen's got that motion, Diane, but on Stephen's motion. You in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks, John.
Yes.
That was an aye, okay. Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion. Carrie, should we take a look at the hardscape?
Nathan, could you please kind of walk us through this?
So the big changes here are we held this to track with, we just added some more information here, showing all the existing plantings. Our second HSAB meeting suggested that we change this bluestone patio to brick. Also, we would like to go back to our original idea of a boulder retaining wall on that north side of the site, as this would really be nearly impossible to see from any public way, almost impossible to even see on the site given the plantings and the grade at that location. In our next, right here at the bottom left, there's a couple examples of boulder retaining walls in town. One of them is on the corner of School and Pine Street. And then the other is a nice version of a boulder retaining wall on Pleasant Street in the RH district.
Okay. Okay, so you have bubbled what you've revised in red on that plan.
Yes, if we could go to the site plan there.
Okay.
And then just showing the updated contours in which we would, of course, deal with drainage as required.
Okay. Is that it?
That's all our changes.
Okay.
We also have a lighting plan, which was requested by the HSAB in the first go round. Really for lighting and the hardscape, we just wanted to be pretty limited, just for safety purposes and just general purpose lighting, but pretty limited. If we could have some recommendations or what you like to see in materiality or
Okay, so let me just jump in on that one. I'm kind of surprised that HSAB requested a lighting plan because that's not something that we ordinarily review, except if we're reviewing like the hospital or the Stop and Shop or something like that, where you've got major lighting of a parking area. This landscape lighting, we don't ordinarily get to that level of granularity in a plan. So I'm just going to hold you there. I appreciate that you submitted it, but unless board members have any specific concerns about it, I'm not sure we need to stay on that point. Is that it in terms of your presentation?
Great, thank you. That's it.
Okay. Anyone else from your team want to speak? If not, I will turn it over then to Holly for her HSAB comments. Okay, so Holly, you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry, who was that?
this is Gordon Russell.
Oh, hi, Gordon. Can barely hear you, but go ahead.
Let me try to speak louder.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
Just a little dejected. Sorry, a little dejected over here. This question would relate to the suggestion. I know that part of me is close, but I just have a clarification. The elevator location was recommended to go through the roof walk. The roof walk sits above the historic section of the home. We specifically kept our hands off the historic section of this home and only disrupted what was the 1980s area of the home. Is that the recommendation of the board, that we go into the 1780s area of the home or the 1980s area of the home?
Gordon, let me be clear on something.
Just wanted.
Yeah, no, okay. So occasionally a member of the board will make a recommendation in the interest of sort of like making something work. We are not designing the house, you're designing the house. So ordinarily we're simply like registering what things about the design don't work for us. And so I think it was I think it was brought up by almost every member of the board that, you know, the concern about the location and rendering of the elevator. Now, Carrie was being helpful, but she certainly didn't, you know, wasn't to say like, follow that, you know, imperative. You bring up a good point. It's the old part of the house. So we're just leaving it back to you and your design team to reconcile and to accommodate the board in whatever ways you can. That's that. Now, did you have anything that you wanted to say on the landscape plan?
I appreciate that clarification, because what I find is that we end up going and spinning in circles, not really understanding what we can do to please you. And it's only money, but it's getting very, very costly to do this.
Okay.
Would there be a way that we can get an alternative suggestion rather than the one that was proposed? Because I told this team not to touch.
Gordon. First of all, we're not on that application anymore, but I'm going to say something very simply. The board had a concern about the rendering and the location and the size of the elevator shaft. So if you want to move forward, if you want a recommendation without having to deal with the old part of the house, remove it. Then it wouldn't be a concern.
I don't want to remove it. So would you decline us then? Would you just simply vote and tell us you won't approve it? Because I can't continue to do this round and round and round.
Okay, sadly, the motion has been made and voted on in terms of your house. So
you did that so swiftly that I couldn't even get in a word edgewise. So
okay.
I felt like I was a little railroaded.
I'm giving you way more airtime than I give to almost any applicant right now. So I would like that. And by the way, that hearing has been closed and it was discussed at length on more than one occasion. So we're now on the landscape. So if there's anything that you'd like to say on the landscape, I would be glad to have you say that. Okay.
Question then would be, HSAB had some, and it is awfully difficult to run between two different boards who have different recommendations, and then we can't make a change and tell you about it. But HSAB requested that we go to a brick patio, which I'm all in favor of.
Okay.
But I don't think we can show that to you. But we definitely want to, maybe we did, so that's good. I don't know, but we certainly will do that. Additionally, we agreed to other things on the plan, in the former plan that was already closed, that we would agree to do, but we can't show them to you because we got to go through a whole nother round of everything before we can show them to you. So it's that's why I need an elevator, because I'm getting old, right? So anyway, we will address drainage. I'd like to speak about the driveway. This neighbor of mine to the east used to speak about this driveway. I bought the house. There was a plan promoted by a real estate agent that showed a driveway on the other side. I went to the DPW. There was no curb cut applied for. I went to the HDP. There was no Historic District Commission file on it. There are utility easements on that side. There's a utility pole and guide wire preventing there to be a driveway of any kind of relevance on that side. So Catherine, you're wrong. And I went to the HDC and had a design approved and we put the driveway where it exists today. So just want that on the record.
Well, so Gordon, just so you know, HSAB is an advisory board and neighbors are allowed to speak. Ideally, they're only speaking on issues that relate directly to our view of your application from a public way or any public way. Sometimes there's personal things that get in there, you know, they don't want the driveway next door or whatever, but that is for the board, this board to decide, okay? So now, out of deference to the neighbor, I would like to see if any neighbor would like to speak on the landscape application, because I did promise that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to do that. My name is Tom Piemonte. I'm Catherine's husband, and we live at 1 School Street.
Yep.
Yeah, we would love to have the board address some issues here. I guess the easiest one really is to make sure that if there is an elevation behind that driveway, that the runoff is not adversely affecting any land, and it happens to be our land in this case. But I don't see in the plan any kind of retaining wall or protection from a runoff and erosion on that side. That seems like a simple thing to address. Regarding the driveway, it does seem impractical, quite frankly, to have the driveway where it is. I understand there was no curb cut, but I think it would be perhaps of interest to the board to look at that critically, either in a positive or negative way, to make sure that the process originally was appropriate, that it didn't bypass the HDC, and then look at it from a new perspective and say, does it not make more sense to have the driveway on the opposite side? It would sure seem to, because we know how tight the turn in off of School Street is and how much it really abuts up against a fairly narrow street. Therefore, the house is on the other side. Those are the two major comments I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And I will only say for the record that although I appreciate your concern regarding the runoff, drainage, et cetera, that is not part of the HDC's purview. Let's see, are we ready for the board to speak on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can I just say whose purview is it then?
You know, unfortunately, I think unless you're in Concom jurisdiction, which you're not here, nobody, frankly. So, yeah, we don't review that sort of thing.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, you.
I do have a couple of comments from HSAB when they reviewed it.
Yeah.
The concerns would like to see the north elevation that shows the retaining walls.
Mm-hmm.
The bluestone was not a traditional patio material in town. It's a lot of bluestone. Glad to hear that they're happy to go to brick. The recommendations would be to change the bluestone to brick and or make the patio smaller. And again, the advisory boards, for the record, are recommendations as well as myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. I think everyone appreciates it. Okay, now we're on to the board. Anyone want to start? Otherwise, I'm going to. Oh,
okay.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Go ahead.
I would like to start off to say that I highly respect your not touching the historic center of the building. My comment about the roof walk was simply one as a solution that would make sense versus having a brick chimney that's not a chimney. So just to say that.
Mm-hmm.
The runoff issue is a construction issue that is the responsibility of the homeowner not to alter another person's property with excessive water issues in the future. I agree with HSAB that the brick would be more appropriate than the bluestone. And other than that, I don't have a problem with any of this. I think most of it really won't be visible from a public way. The driveway exists, correct?
Yes.
There's no change to the driveway, so I'm not sure I understand the argument about moving it because it exists.
It was approved, by the way. I was on that a while back, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think that's even part of this application.
I don't believe it is, no.
Okay, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Stephen, you ready?
Sure. Yeah, so I have some concern about I actually think that given the existing stone sidewalk that the patio might be okay with that's probably like a Goshen or something. So either way, I'm fine with it. My concern with respect to the driveway area is not the existing driveway. The alteration in the design, I think, is 6 of one, half a dozen in another. My concern is the extension of the driveway level, which is, if you look at the northern end of the driveway, is basically, I don't know, I'd say between 6 and 8 feet of raising the grade in that area and extending the driveway to create a landing and it's just an extension. I don't think it's appropriate. It alters the grade around the whole backside of that structure. Grade is not going to be our purview, I think, in this matter there behind the extension, but with respect to that brick extension, I think I know it is our purview. And I would like to see a section of the patio area showing what's being filled and what's being retained. There's a grade change there that I think is significant enough for us to be looking at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good comment on the section. Okay, Diane, you ready?
Yes.
Oh, that was John, but go ahead, John.
A lot of this area and
Yeah.
this piece of property is screened, most of it's screened. And yeah, screened from public view through public way,
Yes.
travel way. Some of those fencing down in the back, it covers a lot of stuff that's going to happen. So at that point, and what I see on the screen, I'm going to have no comments on it.
Okay, thank you, John. How about you, Diane? Diane, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
There she is.
On the right-hand side with the oval parking, where does the driveway come in? Does it come in there?
Yeah, right where the hand is.
All right. Okay, because I don't know what that line is on the left-hand side that comes in around that brick wall and goes around and up and down and around again, because I just want to make sure that the applicant knows he cannot remove existing trees without having them certified that they are not town trees. And I will just say, as a point of interest, some time ago, but I was on the board, if we did handle problems of where we dump water, where water dumped on from one application onto another house. I don't know whether we did it without being on our purview, or it is somewhere, but I remember doing that and reviewing whether it would flood another person. I think particularly down on Walt Street was one of the main spots that we ran into that problem. Maybe we could look it back up and see if it does come under any of our regards. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Diane. Okay, so all I have to say is, yes, I'm in favor of the brick patio. It sounds like that might be kind of unanimous and an easy fix. And Gordon, I think you offered that up, so that's all good. And I'm also in favor of seeing the section that Stephen referred to earlier in his comments. So that's all I have to say. Want to make a motion, anyone?
This is Nathan, Flavor Architects. Could I just show you the west elevation quickly?
Yeah. Okay.
Looks like this grade change stopped. But anyway, the west elevation had a shows the grade change there.
Are you still searching for it, or?
No, Holly, are you stopped sharing the screen? The west elevation in our packet here. So the previous application shows that, but that's a 2-foot grade change, and it just dies into the existing lawn.
At the bottom.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm hoping for a cross section that shows not only what's proposed, but what exists, so we get the idea of what's been filled.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting I have a feeling one way or the other. I just want the clarification so I can make an informed decision.
So you just show a dashed line on a drawing like this that says existing grade. That's it. Okay.
Thanks for the clarity.
I would do that for the east side too, because there was some discussion about the amount of fill over there as well. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Should we take a vote, a motion on this one?
Motion to hold for additional information, I think.
I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. That should cover it. Okay. On Stephen's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thanks, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, everyone. And now I'm going to turn it, once again, I'm turning it over to Diane Coombs to chair 7 Evergreen Way. Okay, so I'm muting for a little while.
Okay.
Got it, Diane? Thanks.
Okay. Yep. All set. So who is doing that? Taylor Murphy?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So I had originally asked for black a couple weeks ago. That was my application, and the board wanted something more neutral. So I've changed it to a tan color, and then also have some examples from the neighborhood and around of similar doors, just to give a better idea.
Okay. And that is a tan. On my particular iPad, it comes up sort of green. Tan is good. Are yours with lights, with glass? Or
if you go
all
up
wood
to the
panels?
second page, that is the one we proposed.
Okay, with wood panels then.
It'll be galvanized
and
steel,
glass.
similar to the ones from the other photos.
Okay, and it's galvanized steel. Okay, let me catch somebody. We have
I'll go.
John McLaughlin and Abby
Yes.
Camp and Val Alpha and Carrie Thornwell. So John, you want to go?
I'll go. Yes, I'm looking at it. Yes. The it all depends what it's in. If it's in a home, it doesn't correlate to a home next to a garage with that type of door. But the one that was on here a minute ago, it showed all those small squares. That's typical, as long as it's not in the old HTC areas. So this garage door here is appropriate if it's not in the old HTC. Thank you.
Okay, it's metal, just for your information. Abby?
I have concerns about the horizontal windows. So this overhead door, do you have, are there options where with different window styles that you could do? Because we don't normally do horizontal windows.
Yes, the ones I took photos of were actually from the company. They've recently installed those doors. So those other doors were from Overhead Door, and those are just down the road from my house. There
Okay.
are options. Those are just some that he had mentioned.
And so the one you're using has windows or not?
Yes, the black up at the top is glass.
Okay, and the color tan is, yeah, I don't know that color. So, yeah,
Pistachio green.
yeah, I don't quite understand this color. It's not a color I've ever seen. I'd like to hear what somebody else says. Thank you.
Okay, Carrie?
I'm just wondering if there is a gray option, like a cool gray that looks great with black trim or a black sash.
That's a gray. Sorry.
Yeah, I would prefer a cool gray rather than a putty, whatever that color was. There's the gray with black
Okay.
sash, and that looks nice. The windows, how far away is this from the street? I don't even think we'll see the divisions, truly.
Put down at that photo, yeah, as the road.
Yeah. I think if you can find a cooler gray color rather than a putty color, it would be more attractive. Because that's what this is about right now, is the color. It's not necessarily the door.
Okay, and Abby?
Yeah,
Abby does
Glenn, it's me.
done, and that's,
I
Val, sorry.
I actually, I think when this came through before, didn't have a problem with it being black because it matches the black windows and black doors that are on it. Given where it is, I really don't have the concerns that you guys do. And I think with regard to the windows in the doors, they probably could leave the horizontal mullion out and it could just be 4 panes across. But regardless of whatever door she's picking, it looks like she will go with some of the typical multi-pane doors. I am okay with it being black and I'm okay with it being gray. So I'm okay. Let's keep in mind
Well,
where it is.
I'm with you. I would go either with black or gray and remove the mullions from the windows. I don't know. The only thing that puts me off at the moment is the steel door rather than a wood door. But
Madam Chair, out of town, a lot of doors we don't even realize are metal or fiberglass. And if they're painted, there's really no difference visually. So out here, I don't have a problem with
okay.
it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't either. It's old teaching. So can I get a motion on this one? Pick a color, pick the window shape, and that's it.
I would make a motion to approve with this door painted black or gray minus the horizontal band in the middle, if you can get that, Taylor. So it'd be 4 panes door instead of 8.
Right.
Just confirming, you mean the horizontal in the middle vertically, correct?
So if you're looking at the door, your first door that you really want that we're looking at right now, there's 8 little chiclets. If you eliminate the horizontal mullion, the divider, you'll have 4 vertically oriented windows on each side. Do you think they can do that?
Okay,
Okay. That's my motion, Madam Chair.
thank you, thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Johnny,
Aye.
uh,
Ann.
Val made the motion.
I'm
and
an aye.
I am an aye also.
It must be 8:30.
That's so.
Thank you.
So anyway, that gives you the vote, Taylor. So
Okay,
good luck.
very good. Thank you, Diane. Next up, 37 Pocomo Road. Board, myself, Diane, John, Abby, Stephen. Let's go.
I am here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. I knew you would be. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to get through all the old business stuff, but we'll try. Okay.
I'll be quick.
Where did we leave off on this, Andrew?
We left off where the board really had no concerns other than the color white on the project, and you wanted to go take a viewing to ensure the lack of visibility that I preached.
Right.
Additionally, Mr. Chair, you had a comment on the width of the rakes, which I provided a detail to show that they are 1x10, not like 1x16s or anything. So so the actually 9¼ inch actual dimension.
Well, so let me just ask something. You're sticking with the white, right?
No, I'm not, right. I'm going to
not?
gray. Yeah, no, I'm going to the gray and gray. I'm going to a gray and then a slightly darker gray on the sash was what we talked about last time. And my client is thrilled to do that as well. So there's a photo here of what we're talking about, sort of gray and gray like that.
Okay.
On the trim. So the corner boards are 1x8 and the rake is 1x10. And I am also willing to, because my client is fully committed to it, to doing the planting in perpetuity for no visibility down any opening that may occur on Village Way, because that's what they want.
For a pool, that's one thing. For a house, that's a very big kind of request. That means you're going to plant so heavily that we won't see the top of your house. I'm not sure that's realistic.
Top, yeah.
Anyway,
okay. All right.
So that's it. But you changed to gray.
Yep, I changed to gray. Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
50 shades.
I don't know what does that mean? I have no idea. So Abby, you started, so you gotta finish.
Yeah, well, let's have some elevations here.
In fairness to Andrew,
yeah, go ahead.
My recollection is that, basically the case was made that this is going to be very, very minimally visible because of all the heavy Tupelo vegetation, which will remain, and that the main issue is the color, I think.
Correct.
But go ahead, Abby.
And it is primarily a 1-story house, just to, add that. It's not a very large house at all.
Yeah, I see that. I appreciate the height. Do I? What is the height?
The max height is 27.4.
Okay, it's still up there. That's a 2-story building. But I honestly don't see anything that's jumping out at me other than that long window. And as you say, that we're not going to see it because they're going to vegetate the hell out of this place. So
correct.
And the trim is gray. Does it have corner boards? Yes, you said corner boards.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm fine with this, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Abby. John, where are you on this?
I'm here. You ready?
Well, yeah, I know you're here. How about your opinions on this project?
Yes, my thoughts on this is it's due to its remote location and so much screening around of it. The only thing I can find, anything above the 2nd floor might be visible from the road. That's all. The other is I'm trying to get the elevation on here now. The one that's got the tall double rows of
That one.
glass there with the deck over it. I don't know, it doesn't say. No, not east. Well, there's one on the east elevation.
Yeah.
And then could you go to the north elevation? No, that's south. South is good enough. Hold that one. Yes. It's too much glass. It's over fenestrated the 50% that we've tried to work with throughout the island. Now you get some changes on that. You only need one door in each room to get out. So why is there too much glass? It's overpowering the second floor. That's it. It's overpowering the whole thing. Thank
Okay,
you.
John. Thank you very much. Diane?
I agree with Johnny on the north elevation. I don't know why we have to have 4 French doors on the second floor and 4 on the first floor. 8. There's 11 French doors on the first floor, and that's too much. I'd like to see them broken down with windows on the side, or just 2 doors and nothing on the side. I think that's what my thought was. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So north, south, east, west, there's some atypical elements, including the fenestration, some of the architectural elements and massing. I think that is, however, approvable due to lack of visibility and subject to screening in perpetuity. Thank you.
Okay, I really appreciate the change to the gray. And even though I'm not loving the 1x10 rakes, they're a little bit larger than normal. You know, because it's gray, it's okay with me. So I'm basically there. I'm all right with this.
Can I get a clarification through you, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
This is gray and gray?
Yeah.
Yes, Steve.
Just like
just teasing. Thank you.
That was Abby's 50 Shades of Gray. We only got
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to approve, subject to limited visibility and screening to be maintained in perpetuity.
Okay, fair enough. So that was Stephen's motion. On the motion, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
No.
Okay, Diane?
Aye.
Okay, Stephen?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. All right, now
Thank you.
Now we're going to get 2 more shades of gray from Andrew over at 41 Crooked Lane. By the end of the night, we might actually get our 50.
Well, if you look at one shingle through a 10-year life cycle, I think you're going to get 50 Shades of Gray.
Isn't that what that book's about? Didn't somebody write a book about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
are you doing the main house edition first, Holly?
Yes, main house edition.
Or
hello.
What happened to Holly?
This meeting doesn't work without Holly.
It does not. It falls
Sorry,
apart.
Mr. Chair.
That's okay.
They disappeared on me.
We missed you. Okay, so 41 Crooked Lane, main house edition.
So the board's comments, this is the garage. We can do that first, Holly, it doesn't matter.
In the interest of time, we'll take whatever's
Sure.
up now.
Yeah, so the primary comment, if you want to scroll down, Holly, there was a large window that we had on the north elevation it was much taller, and the board had requested to shorten it. Additionally, on the west elevation, which doesn't really have much visibility except from, I guess, the newly purchased space from the land bank, we decreased the size of the door on the rear from what was a 5-unit and much wider down to a narrower 4-unit door on the west. Those were the two primary changes.
Hey, friend, I have
yeah.
a question for you.
Yes.
So this on the north elevation, the window that you have bubbled.
Yeah, it's missing a mullion, clearly.
Okay, so that's
that's not intentional. Yeah, that's not intentional.
But
that's
then,
a Revit error.
Now, is that also true of your doors down on the west elevation? There's a
no.
What?
No, those doors are intended to be a 4-light door and matching the horizontal mullion that's in the screened-in porch next to it.
Okay, so that's intentional. The other one is
yes.
not. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Just making sure. Who would like to start on this guy? Did I tell the board it's Diane, John, Abby, Carrie, and myself?
I'll go with it.
All right, John, go ahead.
Okay. The north elevation. All right. If it is visible that what that triple window in the middle is, I can't understand that. It's not 3 doors.
Anyway, it's a door, John.
That's a door.
It's a door.
And okay, now you drop down to the west elevation. There's more of those in there.
Correct. Those are doors too.
Okay. All right. Can we go to the east?
No change on the south and no change on the east, John.
Yeah, same one. Only thing I have a comment on it would be the main house. What is the 2 chimneys? Yes, okay, I can see them. All right. Yeah. My comment is it's possible it'll fit in the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, John, thanks a lot. Who next?
I'm fine with it too.
Abby's fine with it. How about you, Carrie?
I'm okay. The 2 little dormers popping up over that lower roof were really bugging me, but I'm sort of getting more used to them. They look like little peepers.
Mm-hmm. And you know that you'll never actually see it that way. That's the way elevation.
Yep.
Okay, so that leaves you, Diane. Anything to say on this?
Nope. No, I'm okay with it.
All right, it sounds like we have liftoff. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, Abby, thanks for that cleverly crafted motion.
Thank you.
On the motion, Carrie.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Yeah, well, I
just muted myself. I was all ready to.
I always go with the person who made the motion as the second to last, the penultimate person. And then there's me, and I'm in favor of your motion, Abby. So that motion carries. Okay, so now we're on to the new garage.
The garage, which as you all recall, requires ZBA approval as well. So this is, but this is, a maybe. So the board's comments last time were to make the garage taller, which as I found was the first time that comment's ever been made. And so, and the last. So we made it 42 feet, 6 inches tall. And no, we pulled it up a few feet to give it that more sort of vertical look that we all spoke about last time, more of a barn-like structure. Although the overhang is a little wrong on one of the sides as well, so I can clean that up in staff. It's not supposed to overhang like that.
All right, so you made it taller.
Yep.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay, very good. Board.
I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Abby. Anyone else?
Me too.
Make a motion to approve.
All right, Diane, thanks for the motion. On Diane's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay, rock and roll.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah,
have a good night.
Okay, so we might be able to actually maybe possibly get through our old business. Let's give it a try. 43 Kendrick Street. Oh, so Diane, you're chairing this one.
Yeah.
Is Chip on board?
I am. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
I'm gonna mute.
Hi.
Okay.
So
why don't we
give us a little rundown.
I'm sorry. No, you start with the site plan and then we'll go to the pictures, please.
Okay. Site plan.
Kathy?
Yeah,
I
let me
need the
just see.
plans.
Yeah, he just saved the pictures. Stand by.
Sorry, guys.
Has it already been reviewed once, Chip, besides tonight?
That is correct. It's been
Okay.
reviewed once. There was a request for ridge poles,
Yeah.
and so we are now looking at it with that in place. So
Yeah.
there's no revisions, correct?
Yeah, he just forgot to add this one in. So how is getting it now? Thank you. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
ready to go?
Give us a stop.
All right, here they are. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
Okay. There we go. So good evening, everyone. Chip
There we
Webster,
go.
the applicant. So this is an application for a new main house at 43 Kendrick. I wanted to start with the site plan to remind everyone of the location and also the size of the lot and associated surrounding area and visibility. So the property is this entire rectangle. It's more than 3 acres. It goes from Cumberland Ave all the way to the back. It's accessed from Kendrick Street. A similar size lot is on where it says Cornwall Street on that north side. So that's a single lot, and you can see the driveway on their lot and where their house is towards towards Cumberland Ave. So the access and visibility of this proposed structure will be from Kendrick, and the visibility will be of that. As shown in this plan, it's on the south side, it's sort of the southwest, but at the bottom of the drawing where Kendrick passes the house, and it's sort of at the end of a dead end street. You can see there are some existing houses on the opposite side of Kendrick that are on the other side. So I wanted to remind everyone of the location, the size. You can kind of also see on that site plan, it's sort of an L-shaped configuration around a central living space. And that central living space has some very large windows that would be considered atypical, but they are blocked by visibility by the portion that wraps around that. So I just wanted to point that out. And then now we can look at the elevations or whichever way you would like to go. There we go. So this is the front and rear elevations. At the top, this will have some limited visibility sort of tangentially as you come down Kendrick of the roof and portions of the second floor. The lower elevation here is that portion I was describing that would not have any visibility as it is blocked by the that entry elevation. And if we scroll down to the next two, same thing here. So the upper elevation here is blocked from view by the lower elevation. So this lower elevation is what would be the most visible. So the roof line and the second floor along there where the hand was just sliding would have some limited visibility from Kendrick Street. I do want to add again that it is a very large and wooded lot, and our client is planning to take the dirt from the excavation and add additional berming and planting along the Kendrick side to further mitigate any visibility from there. So I think that covers the initial opening presentation. Oh, here we go. These are the ridge poles. You can see the top of them. These are from a couple of openings in the tree along Kendrick. And you can see that you would see the roof line and probably some portions of the second floor along that Kendrick side.
I'm ready to go.
Okay. Okay, John, you go.
Okay, let's see. Go up 3 notches, please. Okay, that's it. All right, this is what elevation is this? I can't, that didn't show it.
John, that's north elevation. That would be the.
Scroll up just a little bit, please.
The top one is the north.
A little more. Next one. That's
that
it.
one is north.
Okay, this is the one I want to see. Now, could I see the plot plan, please? Okay. My man, could we go back to that other one, please? The whatever, yeah, right there. I believe that where the stake is and where it's visible from, if anywhere, it would have to be the second and third floor. And I think that's too much glass for there over that 50% rule that we have. And I think you ought to put some more double hungs in where those are and use double hungs. That's my comments on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. Is anybody else ready to go?
Yeah, I'll go. I think due to lack of visibility, I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Okay. Wait a minute. The cat just walked across the screen. So, Val, what do you say?
So I am sorry, Madam Chair. I'm usually very prepared for these, and I did not see this in the view pack, and I didn't go to see the polls. And I can't, I don't have access to this to see what the size of this structure is, but I think it's very large. And while it's a large lot, I just don't know what the visibility will be. And I do agree with John that everything above the second floor can be seen. And so I guess I would say something with regard to, for instance, on the, I have no idea what side it is, with the deck and the big picture windows. If there was going to be something even remotely close to this approved, why there were a couple of things about it that are a little bit off for me, and that is the windows are all simple 2/2, and then we have these large expanse of picture windows with little chiclets in them. So I don't understand that with regard to the whole design. And then this big, large, flat second floor, almost third floor element that has railing around it and a third floor dormer that butts into a roof walk. So I still do have concerns of visibility and primarily what we can see above the scrub. So that's my comments for now, because I don't.
And what about the deck on the third?
I said the deck on the third floor.
What about the deck on the third floor?
I said that.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Stephen, you got something to say?
Of course, Madam Chair. I agree with John. I agree with Val, and I'd add that my concern is on, can we zoom in? Is that the south elevation on the bottom of the page?
Yeah. Yes.
Is it that really looks like the first and second floor look more like a commercial structure, and more so bracketed by the chimneys as they're designed. So I think visibility is going to be the critical issue here. I will ask that when the view pack goes out, that the original application be included, because for some reason I don't know what happened, but the 323 submission is, yeah, it doesn't show actually the elevation, so I wasn't able to check it and cross-reference. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Sorry, Chip. I wish I had more for you.
No, all good. Thank you.
And what my opinion of this one that's up here in front of us with all the picture windows and the deck on the third floor, I think is, I don't know, there are very few houses around, to my opinion, that have a deck on the third floor. I think that particular elevation is a little out of keeping. What is it? The south elevation. And I have no information whether it would be, whether you could see it or not. But I would like to see some of the glass reduced down. So could we get a motion perhaps to hold for revisions?
Can we
Or whatever you would choose to do?
just to be fair, Madam Chair, to the applicant, can we scroll through all the elevations so we can give him more?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, but definitely go through this. This is that was the south. This is the west. The one next down is the east.
Yeah, so the east is not as concerning, although this house looks like the size of a hotel. What is the size of it? In terms of length and width and volume. I mean, we don't have floor plans in front of us.
What we can do, if I may, Madam Chair, should I comment? There we go. So this has the dimensions, and it may actually even, the square footage may be on there as well. But what I think I would be extremely helpful, which I will put together in the next round, are some perspective views from Kendrick, so that you can see, you know, from visibility level, what we can see and what we can't, and what that looks like in perspective. I think that would be very helpful for the board. So I'd be delighted to put that together. That looks like, okay. This is the guest house.
I was gonna say, this is not 600 square feet.
No, I believe it's, and I'm going a little bit from memory, but I believe it's about 3,000 on the first floor, and
yeah, this is a hotel.
a little less on the second floor. So it's probably about 5,000 square feet.
Madam Chair, why don't we call for another view, because I didn't see it either. We can all go out and see these polls that you put up, and then we can also call for revisions. I do have some concern on that third level, that the balcony going across the top. I didn't see that before. And you might see that obliquely from.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, Kathy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It looks like they were named, they were misnamed, they were mislabeled. So the garage is the house and the house is the garage.
Oh, okay. So this is the garage.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just renamed. We rename them when we send them, when we add them to the PDF for our purpose, but sometimes.
But, that would be my motion, unless somebody else has comments.
I just have a question for Chip.
Yes.
Chip, the south, is there a change in material there? The piece that looks especially commercial with the deck on top, is that a different material or is it shingled?
It is proposed to be a different material. It's Dutch slab, which is, similar to a shiplap.
And what color?
Natural to weather.
Okay.
But again, I do agree that this south elevation has some atypical elements and amount of fenestration. So I really want to give you some more information to show the what we believe is a lack of visibility, but I want to do some perspective views that will show how that's visible from different parts on Kendrick.
Okay, because the chimneys are also atypical. There's no caps on them. They're just sort of, what's the materials? Concrete?
I'm sorry, which, where?
The chimneys. We have a super skinny one, and then we have a super fat one.
Right. Those are proposed to be brick.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's just no definition to them, so that's why I was asking.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you also ask what the material was on that south elevation around the enormous windows?
Yeah, it's shiplap, he said.
Oh, he did. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's my motion, Madam Chair, of you and Chip offered some perspectives.
And John has something to say, I guess.
It's all been said. Thank you. I'll make a motion that we retire the meeting at 9 p.m.
Well, we have to vote on what to do with this, I think, first, right? So
John, Abby has a motion to hold for revisions and information and perspectives and a view.
Oh, you didn't rule on it. Okay, I'll withdraw my statement until you can do it.
Where's
Make
our
a motion to hold this. Abby made a motion.
Yeah, Val on the motion.
Abby made a
aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
John
Aye.
on the motion.
He said aye.
On the motion, yes, aye.
And aye. Diane, are you back?
I'm here.
Oh, you're back. Okay. We were waiting for you.
I don't know why, but I was right here all the time. I said, everybody stop talking. So we have a full, have you voted, Stephen?
Yeah, it's up to you. You're the last vote.
I will vote yes. Thank you.
Okay.
So
that motion carried, I'm pretty sure. Okay.
Yes.
So everything else, including the final two things on the old business at Hawk Circle, will need to get carried over until Thursday at 1 o'clock. Is there anything we need to take care of before we adjourn tonight?
I would think that Terry would appreciate you approving minutes.
Okay.
Well, even more importantly, yeah, I would like some of those minutes approved, but also especially the correction to the August 18 minutes that corrects who was sitting on the board. I think that's really important. The wording under old business, motion to amend, is the motion to and how it should be made so that the correction is on record. So basically, what you would be looking for is for someone to make that written motion. And I really would like that to get done so I can get those corrected.
Let's take care of that first. So what you want to do, Terry, is the language that I'm looking at under the bullet point says motion to amend previously adopted HTC minutes of August 18th as follows. Page 5 of 13, add Welch to voting members for item 9. John Shudell. Oh.
Yes.
That's the applicant.
Yes.
I have a question on that.
Okay, go ahead.
What, which application is this with respect to? When was it most recently heard?
That was 13 Union Street.
This was heard.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Last week or whatever.
Thank you.
Okay. so-
Adjourn.
Yes, John. Yes. John?
That's the motion.
Oh, you mean you just made that motion?
Yes, to adjourn.
No, John. We're not adjourning yet. Okay, so
Yeah, come on.
we need a motion to do this, amend the previously adopted HCC minutes of August 8th. Can somebody please make the motion?
I make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Terry, it's clear what the motion is, correct?
Yep.
Okay, very good. So on that motion, Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank
Who
you,
made-
Steve.
Who made
Stephen-
the motion?
Val made the motion. Okay, John, are you in favor of the motion?
Motion is to retire.
No,
Oh.
John.
What is the motion? I'm mixed up.
motion
on
is to amend the previously adopted HEC minutes of August 18, 2020 as follows. Page 5 of 13, add Welch to the voting members for item 9, John Trudell. That's the motion. Are you in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen.
Aye.
Val. Val.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Now, Terry.
Yeah, I'll say aye.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. I think I had 5, but it doesn't matter. So the next thing is to approve the minutes as shown on our other business, which there's a ton of them. February 12th, 18th, 23rd, 25th, 26th, and March 1st, 4th, 5th, and 16th. Can somebody make that motion?
Motion.
Make a motion to approve.
All right, so Diane, on your motion to approve, Val Oliver,
Aye.
John McLaughlin,
Aye.
Abby Camp,
Aye.
I've lost track. Who made the motion?
Me.
Diane.
Me.
Now.
Diane made the motion.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
so
Diane.
Diane, on your
Diane
motion.
made the motion.
Yes, and are you in
Yes,
favor of your
aye.
motion? Yeah, okay, and I'm in favor of that motion.
Yes.
Okay, so now, John,
Aye.
John, it's your turn to make the motion to adjourn for the evening.
John, make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, yeah.
Twice.
I've been waiting for that all night. Okay, on that motion, Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you, Val Oliver.
Aye.
Abby Camp.
Aye.
Thank you, John McLaughlin. John, are you in favor of your motion, sir?
John has left the building.
You may have disappeared already. So
Consider that an aye. Say
put him-
aye, John.
We can at least see his face.
Oh, there he is.
Go get him, Chip.
all right, you're in favor of your motion, right, John?
Yes.
Yes, and I'm in favor too. So good night, everyone.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Sleep
Night
well.
all.
See you
Bye.
Thursday.
Yep.